If you're down with the fans, let me see you just. If you want a water, let me see you just. If you had the hard ride, let me see you just. Get some space, get some space, get some space, time to water with it, 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 water with it. Water with it, 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 water with it. That's first down. Yeah, yeah. That's touchdown. Yeah, yeah. You want more? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Dolphins, won't you throw it up? Won't you throw it up? You in that east side, gon' throw it up. Gon' throw it up. What about that west side? Gon' throw it up. Gon' throw it up. Over in that yellow line, gon' throw it up. Won't you throw it up? If you down with the fans, let me see you jump. If you want a water, let me see you jump. If you had the hard ride, let me see you jump. Do that water. Shake it, shake it. If you down with the fans, let me see you jump. If you want a water, let me see you jump. If you had the hard ride, let me see you jump. Do that water. Shake it, shake it. Water with it, 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 water with it. Water with it, 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 water with it. That's first down. Yeah, yeah. That's touchdown. Yeah, yeah. You want more? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Do that water. Shake it, shake it. Do that water. Shake it, shake it. Who that? So low, so low, so low.
Hey guys, I'm Danny Johnson, CEO at TPP, the Positive Porpoise.
I'm Jason Miller from Fins Up SoCal Fan Club.
I'm Scott Howell from Atlanta Dolphin Club.
Mark Angelo, NorCal Dolphin Club.
And you're listening to Clock Blockers, Miami fans' #1 morning show.
Run it.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Stephen D, and we are live on this beautiful Take Tuesday on Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. What's up? How y'all doing? It's your boy, Stephen D, and it has been a whirlwind 24 hours, and we're going to get into all that. Obviously, myself running a little late this morning. That's on me, people, just so y'all know. That's on me and my computer and my stuff, okay? So if y'all want to get mad at anybody, get mad at me, all right? Because I know y'all need y'all cup of coffee this morning and the #1 Miami fan morning show. And when they don't go together, I get it. I understand. Get a little antsy and cranky. My Twitter blew up this morning. Where you at, Steven? What you doing, Steven? You sleeping in, Steven? Okay, calm down. I got you. I'm coming. I'm here. We're going to talk. All right? Okay, so before I do, real quick, let me just get this out the way. If you haven't done so already, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, sign up, become a member to the channel. The description in the link below, there's a link in the description below, so make sure you click on that. If you want to donate to the channel, help the channel grow, use the YouTube Live Super Chat, which is the $ down at the bottom of the chat, or you guys can use PayPal and or Cash App, which is MSM Podcast Network or $ MSM Podcast Network. And if you want the links for that, they are also in the description below. Make sure you give a big shout out to our sponsor, Tail Greeter. Absolutely amazing sponsor. Look, I know football season's over, at least for us anyway, but they do everything. Football, baseball, basketball, soccer, everything. So go to tailgreeter.com or download the app today and follow them on social media at tailgreeter. Absolutely amazing. All right. Now that we got all that out the way, y'all ready to talk some football? Each and every Tuesday, my main man from the Miami Herald, in my opinion, one of the best in the business. That's just my opinion. I don't know what anybody else has to say, Daniel, but that's my opinion. I'm going to bring my main man on, Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald. What's up, man?
Doing well, man. How about you?
Well, it's I don't know how to answer that question, man. I don't know how to answer that.
Understandable.
Crazy. So before we get into anything, because I know I got to chew you for about 30 minutes today. Did you see this coming? Did you see it coming?
Nah, I really didn't. Yeah, the initial tweet from Adam Schefter really surprised me. I think that after we all knew that it was a rough season, it was a tough season, but just the way that Flores was kind of able to rally that team and keep them together, win 8 of their last 9 games, finish above 500. I think we all kind of just assumed that would be enough to kind of keep his job. And it was funny, I won't say funny, but it was kind of ironic that the season-ending news conference, or I guess after the post-game news conference on Sunday, all these players were getting asked, how influential was Flores in keeping you guys together. Most players were kind of singing his praises, saying, yeah, he's the head guy. We lead him. He kept us together. He was steady, da-da-da. And then you wake up and it's like, oh, he's gone. But as it turns out, it was more than kind of the on-field part. It was about the on-field product too, but it was a little bit more than that. It was a little bit deeper than that, according to owner Stephen Ross. So again, it was a surprise. But then once you kind of start to kind of peel the layers back, then it's like, oh, okay, all right, maybe there's a little bit more to this. It's not just
maybe there definitely was, Daniel. There was something more to this than we all expected. So I'm doing my show yesterday, Victory Monday. Super excited to do it. Do you know how much we talked about the game yesterday?
0. I bet 0.
We talked about a 0. It didn't matter. It didn't matter
Yeah,
at all.
yeah.
All of a sudden, somebody, actually not somebody. Let me say his name. Our wonderful, faithful listener, 1234 Fs, is like, Brian Flores just got fired, and I thought somebody was trolling me in the chat. So I went to Twitter, and then I saw Adam Schefter's tweet, and I'm like, oh, well, this kind of changes the entire day today.
Yeah.
And it definitely did. It just dominated content throughout all the Dolphins YouTubers, throughout all the South Florida radio, and the same thing for the papers and internet and everything. It just changed everything. Look, I was very surprised, Daniel. I've had now a chance to kind of, I was live on the air when it happened, and then was live for the next 3 hours. So everything I said yesterday, for the most part, it was off the cuff. I didn't have a chance to swallow it. I didn't have a chance to really think about it. And then last night, I proceeded to watch content from a lot of different Dolphins YouTubers. And one of the things that this is my takeaway, and then you can tell me your takeaway. My takeaway from this, Daniel, is this needed to happen. This needed to happen because of the way that Brian Flores was rubbing certain people within that building. And Stephen Ross concluded on his own evaluation that I got a couple of different choices here. The choice A is to keep things status quo and hope that things work out the way that it's supposed to. Or I make a decision and lean with one side or another. And that side is either with Coach Flo, who had a long laundry list, from what it sounds like, of relationship problems, as Jeff Darlington so put in his tweet yesterday. And the other side is, well, we can stick with Flores and then just do everything Flores wants. But that means we're probably getting rid of Greer, and we're probably getting rid of Tua down, and we're going to do it the way he wants. I don't think that Flores is a bad coach. I think Flores tried to be Brian Belichick before he was Brian Belichick. I think there are a lot of good things here that we haven't seen from a coach in a long time. But believe it or not, I actually think that this is the right move. If we replace him with a veteran-minded head coach who's put together a coaching staff before, I would love, and we'll get into all that. But that's my take. What's your take on it?
Yeah, again, it was a real stunner. Again, I think that you got to kind of put it into perspective. So, he inherited a team that was kind of willing and willfully, intentionally rebuilding, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
And so the on-field numbers may not look, stats may not look great. 1914 or the last 2 seasons is pretty good, but 24 and 25 overall. I think that there were definitely some fair criticism and questions about his ability to put a cohesive staff together, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. And I think that as you kind of saw these reports about ability to kind of create these relationships or maintain these relationships, these good relationships. Stephen Ross called it collaboration and I guess collaboration and communication. That's what he said multiple times. So when you kind of start to kind of peel back the layers and start to put stuff together, it's like, all right, an ability to put that offensive coaching staff together. Is that maybe because of some relationship issues and whatnot? And I know naturally we're going to kind of turn to say, oh, he was trying to be Belichick and whatnot. The fact of the matter is, if the team won a little bit more, I don't think we're having a discussion. If they make the playoffs, I don't know if we reach this point. I don't know if Stephen Ross is compelled to make that decision. So while it was also the kind of relationship aspect, some of that may have in turn been affecting the product on the field. And while Stephen Ross, go ahead.
I'll do you one better. If we had won one more game, not even a few more. If they had just won one more game, I don't think we're having this discussion today.
Yeah, it's a slim margin, and that's really how the NFL works. That's how life works. It's a slim margin, and if one thing bounces another way, maybe we're looking at a complete different story. But I thought that it was interesting that Ross did say, he implied that Flores was underwhelming and kind of underachieved. He kind of views this as a young ascending roster that's able to contend right now, and that's part of the reason why he kept Greer in a sense. I don't know about all this. There were kind of some other reports that said it wasn't really maybe so the power struggle that most people that a lot of people were trying to make it out to be between Greer and Flo. So I don't know if it was about Flo wanted all this control, because there are also reports that Greer was very differential to Flores. I mean, Greer's the GM, so
I thought that they were working cohesively. I thought that's how it looked from an outside view.
I think that's what it is, but I also think that if Flores the Dolphins got rid of a lot of veterans over the past couple of years, and you can't tell me that was just Greer saying, yeah, like we're gonna Flores definitely had a hand in getting rid of some of those veterans. So again, it was collaborative, but maybe I think Flores probably did have a little more control than most people knew, or than most people.
Look. Here's a reality. Kyle, just using this as an example, Kyle Van Noy gone, not because of Greer, but because of Flores.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Ted Karras gone, not because of Greer, but because of Flores. And how do we know that? We know that because any smart GM wouldn't take a cap hit as big as he did with those two guys 1 year after signing them.
Exactly.
So that alone just knocks that narrative out of the book. So we know that's a Flores situation, right? Exactly. Minka Fitzpatrick, that wasn't a Greer thing. That was, I can't get along with this guy. Gone out the door. Again, I'm not mad at the Minka Fitzpatrick. I'm just telling you, these are examples of of him not getting along with people, and making it a relationship issue.
But again, I don't think you're not gonna. I mean, Flores is who he is. He doesn't seem like the person to kiss somebody's butt, for lack of a better term. I know that
he shouldn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that just from talking to him every other day for press conferences and just the very small interactions that I've had with him since I joined the beat. I mean, he is who he is. It's like his personality is his personality, and that's who the Dolphins hired coming into this. So I don't want it to be like, oh, you didn't know who this guy was. Again, I think that if they want a little bit more, we're not having this discussion. I don't think, maybe some stuff we start to find out a little bit more as it goes on, as the time passes. He is who he is, and while the Dolphins knew who they were hiring, from the jump, I think it was just, I guess, over time, it just kind of culminated in maybe just not enough people. Maybe just rubbing a few too many people to the point where Ross didn't feel that the whole organization could work and be cohesive. He said that for any company to work in America, you got to have the communication and collaboration. And I guess just at this point, he didn't feel comfortable with where that was with the organization.
Pete, shout out to Pete with the super chat donation. Said Ross said the issue was collaborative and communication. Flores did not want to deal with a bad talent evaluator like Chris Grier. I disagree with that, Pete. Grier made Flores' jobs harder. Grier made Flores his job harder with that roster the first 2 seasons.
Well, that's what they signed. That's what they all signed up for. They signed up for that.
Pete is of the mindset that Grier should be gone too, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Well,
but I'm not opposed to it either.
The funny thing is that there were a lot of fire Flo and fire Grier, a lot of calls for that in the middle of the season.
Yeah, obviously, when they were 1-7, of course.
Yeah, obviously when they were winning and they got in the winning streak, I didn't hear that as much. And I think that even after the season, the win over the Patriots to conclude the season, I think most people were kind of like, all right, well, if you're not going to make any big changes, just fix have Flo find a way to fix the offensive coaching staff. I think most people were kind of like on board, maybe not on board, but they were okay with that prospect.
Yeah.
We're coming back. I think it's the fact that it's like the reasoning behind firing Flo. It's like, if you're going to fire Flores, why not just clean house? And again, according to Rob, this is what he says. We all saw what he said. We all read what he said. Mm-hmm. He's of the mindset that Grier has done his job in terms of building the roster with young talent, and Flores has not done enough with that young talent, as well as alienating several people in the organization to the point where Flores didn't think that it'd be a conducive workplace for winning. That's essentially where we're at.
Level 2 Noob with the $5 super chat donation says Grier's on his third head coach in 6 years. What team that isn't dysfunctional keeps that GM? So there is the mindset that Grier's never truly had the keys to the car, right? And you can make the argument that he did this past time with Flores, but from what it sounds like, is that Flores had part of control of that car, and when there's 2 drivers, you're not always going to reach the same destination because you're going to have different ways of getting there, right? And so I think that's kind of what happened in this particular case. So let's stop the conversation from Flores because he's gone. He's out the door. This is where we're at today. Stephen Ross spoke yesterday. I don't know if you ever had the opportunity to get a chance to see Stephen Ross.
But he pictures of him. That's the first time we did it on Zoom. That's the first time I really interacted with him. So
I'm mad you didn't get a chance to answer a question. I listened to that whole press conference, man.
We only took so many, and I was transcribing. I knew that we had so many people on that Zoom. I knew that most
it was everybody on that Zoom. I felt Cameron Wolf asked a question. I was like, hold up now. He's getting people. What about Daniel? Daniel has sacrificed. I want him to answer questions.
I knew he was going to cover the bases. So unless I had my questions that I wanted to answer, that we covered that. So I just I was transcribing, trying to make sure I cranking out the story. I was writing stories, man. I wrote like 5 stories yesterday. So
you was just in front of your computer, just typing away
the entire day. Yeah.
So look, was there anything from Stephen Ross? So do you think Stephen Ross is the person that needs to be driving and running this franchise? Because here's the reality. A lot of people argue about the GM. A lot of people argue about the owner. But there's a lot of the fan base who is not happy with Stephen Ross and the decisions that he's made. Here's my thought before you answer that. I think Stephen Ross means well. I think he truly wants a winner in South Florida. I think he has tried almost everything to do that, but the decisions that he's made have been the wrong ones. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results. And every 3 or 4 years, we're doing the same thing, expecting different results. And that's kind of the situation that we're stuck in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. You didn't really.
No, I did. But look, and I know there's only so much that you're allowed to probably say or to say because you cover the team. But like, is there any internal sense or any, like yesterday, were the beat writers talking to each other like, okay, this is weird. Stephen Ross is talking. This is, there's something to be said of this.
Well, I think he had to talk. I mean, when you surprisingly fire your coach and like that, I think, and you put out a statement that he put out, you have to kind of, I mean, essentially you're the spokesperson now for the franchise. So I think that he had to speak and explain himself, especially when he said that key dynamics of the organization were not functioning at the way he wanted it to be. Yeah, he had to. I mean, I'll preface my comments. Well, I already started speaking, but I'll preface my next comments by saying, obviously I've only been here for 5 going on 6 months. I don't have the institutional knowledge that some of the older, more tenured beat writers have. So I'm only kind of taking it. I'm only like when I kind of speak on him, I'm more so just saying what the brief stuff that I've seen so far that I've read, and I think that the best organizations in the NFL, they're sturdy from the top down, and I don't mean the GM or the coach. I mean the owner. We've talked a lot about, me being in Baltimore, covering the team and just being there for my entire life up until now. And, Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, while he doesn't really get too involved in day-to-day whatnot, he lets the general manager, coach, and them do their job. I think that he sets a strong tone of what he wants in the organization. And
I think Bisciotti's top 5 owner in the NFL.
Not for sure, and you just don't get that sense with
Ross.
He's been here since 2008, and you just have the back and forth. I was just reading about how this isn't the first time that there's been kind of clashes between the personnel decision makers and the coach, and it's like you're going back and forth. You keep the general manager one time, you fire the coach, and you keep the coach, and then you appoint somebody else to be general manager, and there's just no consistency. There's no real vision. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that they're fair questions. Greer's not perfect. I'll give Greer credit for the 2021 draft and hitting on those first 3 picks, but you also have to answer questions about the 2020 draft and why there were so many misses there and misses in the past. And when you have somebody that's been as tenured as Greer, I think there are fair questions to ask. What role has he played in this? And Ross made it seem like Greer was, just hitting on everything. He said Ross essentially said that Greer doesn't have any role in the state of the team right now. He said he's done his job from building up the roster.
And if there's any truth in that, that means he has not had the keys to the car. He hasn't. And so I'm just calling it how I see it, Daniel. We can call him a GM, but if he's not the one that has the final say and is allowed to execute the final say of these decisions,
I would hope he would have final say because there were times where again, Tannenbaum was here for a while.
I'm about to say Greer gets blamed for Tannenbaum moves. Yeah, that's not fair to Greer.
Exactly. So it's like again, I think that there was some collaboration there. It was interesting. It was actually pretty interesting. I went back to when Greer had his day after trade deadline news conference, and he took all the questions about Deshaun Watson, and they asked what role FLORES has in it. And if I remember correctly from what I read, he said that FLORES wasn't really in. I mean, he said he would communicate with FLORES, but FLORES wasn't really like dealing with that. He was like, FLORES is dealing with the day-to-day team operations. And I was like, I don't know about that. I'm not saying he was lying, but I
think there's 2 sides to every story, Dan.
I would think that with a decision like that, FLORES would have a really big say, and he'd also be very involved. Obviously, not calling the Texans and whatnot, but Greer kind of took that on himself and said, "Oh, that's what I'm doing. I'm handling that." So again, I think that there is a little gray area. FLORES wasn't making every single decision in the building. Greer wasn't just unilaterally doing whatever he wanted. I think there was a lot of collaboration, and to some extent, there was some deference on the part of Greer in terms of kind of acquiescing to certain guys that Flores wanted. Again, I think a lot of people said it, and I agree with them. If Flores didn't want somebody in the building, I don't think that Greer was just gonna ignore Flores and bring the guy in. So again, I think that Flores did have some power, but Greer also, I think he should be held accountable as well for where the team is. Because again, I was just thinking yesterday, if they pick Herbert over Tua, I know we don't like doing that, but if they pick Herbert over Tua, I mean, I don't know how a reasonable person can say that the organization of this franchise isn't in a better place than it is right now.
Yeah, but
they win one extra game with Tua, they're in the playoffs, and we're not having this discussion right now. So again,
did you watch the Sunday night game? Did you watch the Chargers Raiders game?
Yeah, I watched like the second half of that game.
All right, so were you not watching that last drive, those last two drives in the fourth quarter, thinking to yourself, man, there's no way Tua could do this. There's none. There's no way.
I ain't never seen. I'm not saying Herbert is the greatest quarterback of all time.
He's got a lot of flaws. He's got a lot of things he needs to work on.
I've never seen a quarterback do what he was doing in terms of like he had like 8 fourth downs and he was just slinging. Like I never seen it.
4th and 9s, 4th and 10s.
Yeah, it wasn't no 4th and 2s. It was like, yeah, he was like that. I'm sorry, he's like that.
Like it was insane, and he threw 64 times and completed 34 of them. So there's 30 incompletes, but I mean, how many drop passes were there? I know how many drop passes were right in the hands or within the grasp of the player. So
he's like,
it's here's I get the Herbert comparison. I leave that game on Sunday night. This is before the firing of Flores, and I'm thinking to myself 2 things, Daniel. I said, man, Tua can't do that. Like, there's nothing that Tua has shown me that say that he can do that. So that was scaring me. And I said, the second thing is, I said, as much as I'm not a fan of some of these moves that Tua's made, I think we're in the right direction, right? I said, I feel like we're gaining momentum. We're moving forward as an organization based on, 2 back-to-back winning seasons, which some people are going to be like, well, you have the extra game. If not, we'd be at 8-8. I get it. I understand. But, I'm calling a spade a spade. Mm-hmm. And then the news happens, and then you're like, whoa, there's we were mad because they didn't fire Gase in time, right? Or with, we should have fired Gase before we fired Gase. And it's not that, by the way, it's not me having little faith. I just don't know as a fan what to consider. What is the right move and what is the wrong move?
I was going to say, you can't really give the organization the benefit of the doubt.
I can't at all. There's nothing that they have done to show me that they're making the right move.
I don't think you should be scared of change, but again, you can't really say, okay, we made this big move, but we trust that we have the right people in place to make the right hire. So I think that's fair.
Here's what I think they need to do. They need to go out and get a veteran head coach. Okay. Yesterday I said, let me say what I stated yesterday. Yesterday I said, I said they need to go get some sort of somebody who's done this before, put a team together, do that. And I was also saying a special teams coordinator would be somebody that's great, right? Because a special teams, John Harbaugh, we saw what happened with John, right? As a special teams coordinator, what do? You work with the entire 53-man roster. You work with every coaching staff. It's a personality role. And so that's exactly what the Ravens did. They took somebody like Harbaugh, who was a special teams coordinator, and made him into one of the best top 10 head coaches in the NFL, right? And I look at that and I said, well, hey, Darren Rizzi was here for a lot of years. I wouldn't mind Darren Rizzi, right? And I think that's a name that still shouldn't be underestimated. But if you're asking me my number 1 pick, and a lot of people are going to kill me, special teams coordinator, go look at it, y'all. I'm telling you, there's a lot of things about that make sense. But if I had to pick, I think Jim Caldwell would be my favorite. Eric Bieniemy, who doesn't go against that, who doesn't go with the philosophy, but I just think he deserves a head coaching position. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, 3, 4, and maybe even 5 need to be some sort of veteran head coach. Pep Hamilton, who's been a head coach before, right? Somebody who's done it before. And even if you failed, you can learn from your mistakes. I don't want a Brian Dable. I get Brian Dable has relations with
I
Tua,
don't.
but I don't want him. I don't.
I'll
He's
say
been
this.
wishy-washy most of his career, wherever he's been, right? With the exception
Yeah.
of the last couple of years in Buffalo. And on top of that, he's never put together a coaching staff before. And one of the biggest problems it's not like he would be an upgrade from where we were at with Flores. We'd be in the same boat, if not further back.
I'll say this. I wrote a story with my colleague David Wilson about 10 possible coaching candidates. And excuse me, this is really a combination of just like some names, obvious names that are going to pop up. Some people that the Dolphins interviewed in the 2019 hiring cycle before they hired Flores, and just kind of some high-rising assistants. And I haven't really like dig too deep into it outside of just looking up. I thought Tomlin was a defensive coach, but that's besides the point. But anyway, the name that just kind of keeps on sticking with me is Doug Peterson. And I will say that because when I listen to what Ross said, Ross didn't say, he said, I don't have a preference for the coach. But he said, this is a young, excellent roster. His comments lead me to believe that this team underperformed and is ready to contend now. I'm not saying that you can't win now with a first-year head coach. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that based off of when you kind of look at the issues that plagued you with the previous coach, which seemed to be relationship building, building a staff, particularly on offense. Ross said that he said that the quarterback position did not play a role in the decision to fire Flores, but you're lying if you tell yourself that it didn't. Because if Tua was a little more developed and along in his development and his progression, we would not be here. So I look at Doug Peterson and the fact that he's already won a Super Bowl. He was able to build a staff and develop a young quarterback in Carson Wentz. And when he got hurt, continue to win and win a Super Bowl with Nick Foles. Again, he's a veteran guy. I do have small questions about the way his tenure kind of ended in Philly, because it seems like it was kind of about some issues that he had with Wentz and I think the GM and kind of the control, kind of who was having the control. But overall, I just think like, hey, we had a defensive coach that wasn't able to get the offensive side of the ball, right? Peterson, I would trust that he would be in complete control of the offense. It'd kind of
won a Super Bowl too.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl. He became the complete opposite. He'd be in control of the offense. He'd be calling the plays. He'd get his guy in. My question is, Ross, and this is really the really weird part. Ross said that any decision on the quarterback position would be on the coach.
Yep.
So if Peterson or whoever you interview doesn't rock with Tua and doesn't want to coach Tua, are you going to, like, is he disqualified from that? Like Ross said that he's not.
No, I don't think so. Not based on what Ross said yesterday.
But then I also don't know where Greer stands on Tua, because Greer was the one that was making these phone calls inquiring about Deshaun Watson. So does Greer really?
I can tell you, Greer was the one at all of those Alabama games those last couple of years. Greer was flying to Tuscaloosa to watch Tua play.
Okay, so, my thing is, like, again, we kind of go back to what we were talking about before, where we don't have that cohesiveness, we don't have that clear vision of what we want. Because why is it that the head coach is going to get the final say on what we do with Tua? Because what if Greer doesn't want that? Because right now it seems like, by all accounts, Greer's job is safe.
But here's three. I'm going to pause you, Daniel. Here's 3 questions. That interview is going to consist of 3 questions. Can you take orders? Okay.
Can the coach take orders from who?
The GM. Can you take orders from the GM? Because Greer, I'm telling you right now, Greer is now in charge. Like there's going to be no power struggle, which is why you will not see Harbaugh.
I don't know if Peterson's going to go with that. Peterson can come in walk in that building and say, "I want a Super Bowl." So and Peterson had some. From what I remember, Peterson had some personnel say. So if you want a veteran coach and you want Peterson's not going to say, "Oh, I'm gonna just do whatever Chris Greer was. He's gonna say, I won a Super Bowl. I put a Super Bowl winning staff together. I should have some say.
Yeah, but there's a difference between saying, hey, I would like to have my input listened to, and hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to cause a lot of trouble. Because the rumor is that Flores caused a lot of trouble because he didn't get his way.
Okay, that's fair. But again, I don't think that the best organizations, like, I don't think that it should be Greer just, I mean, this is my personal opinion. I don't think it should just be Greer completely controls.
All right, so Daniel, you and I both have a history living here in the Baltimore area. Ozzie Newsome is one of the best GMs to ever do it, right? Yeah. We can agree with that.
Correct.
Did anybody question Ozzie Newsome?
Nope. But I know that it wasn't just Ozzie. It wasn't just Ozzie putting his foot down.
And by the way, that's all the more reason, Daniel, to bring in a special teams coordinator, because then that guy's just grateful to be a head coach of the NFL.
No, I mean, I don't want to
look. Tomlin was a special teams head coach. Harbaugh was a special teams head coach. But I'm telling you, there's something to the special teams thing. Y'all listen to me.
I mean, I think there is something. There is something to the fact that as a special teams coach, you have consistency and you have experience of working with everyone on the roster.
Yep.
But I don't want to limit it to just that, because there's a lot of coaches who maybe have expertise on the offensive side of the ball, the defense side of the ball, but they still have had different roles. I think that it should go back to, we want a guy who can build a sound staff from top to bottom, and who's going to be able to not only work with Greer, but work with other people in that building. Because again, by all accounts, it wasn't just the on-field product. It was that Ross didn't feel comfortable with the relationships, the strength of the relationship.
They couldn't work together anymore, Daniel. That's point blank. That's what it was, right? All right. This is what I think. I think the question A is going to be, can you take marching orders? Okay, that's personally what I think one of the questions will be.
We're going down the wrong road if it's just like, the head coach is gonna. If you want help, I was about to say, if you want to do that, hire Brian Dable, hire one of these 38-year-old.
No, Dable. Let me tell you why that's wrong thinking, Daniel. Because Dable wants autonomy of his 53-man roster. He wants to be able to say, I want this, I want that, get me it.
Why wouldn't the head coach?
Because it'll be an ego thing for Dable. It will be an ego thing. Caldwell, no ego. Peterson, I don't think he'll have an ego. He's been in this league such a long time. He doesn't need to have that type of an ego.
I don't know if it's an ego, but just a matter of saying, I've done this before, and I think that I should. I have a question. Why wouldn't a coach have some say? I'm not saying that the coach should override the GM, but why wouldn't a coach have say in the players that they're coaching on a day-to-day basis?
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying, Daniel. A good head coach and GM works together and has the same vision.
Correct.
But also at the same time, a good head coach will say, hey, look, you're the GM. If you feel that's the best move, I'm with you. I trust you. I stand 100% behind you.
I got you.
Flores never did that. Flores fought tooth and nail on every decision that was made that they disagreed on. It wasn't, I got your back.
I'm not trying to defend Flores, but maybe part of that was, hey, this is my first coaching job. If we mess this up, I might not get another shot. So I want my guys.
And that's part of the issue, which is why you either go with a veteran head coach, right? Somebody who's done this before and isn't worried about getting fired per se, because they know how the business of the NFL works, or you go with a special teams guy, because even if that person fails, they're like, I'll get a job doing something that's better than special teams when it's all said and done. And I made it, you know. And I understand that shouldn't be the way that it's thought of, but that's the reality. NFL's a business. Understand that. So I like Caldwell. I love Doug Peterson. Those are two names. Pep Hamilton deserves to be another name that's mentioned. Anthony Lynn is another name. I think those four names right there are great. And then I think you need to go look at some special teams coordinators. I don't want to hear Brian Dable, and I know that we're going to interview him. And if we get him, yes, he'll have that relationship with Tua. But I honestly think we're going to be right back where we started, and Dable is going to be somebody who could potentially say, Hey, I didn't have any say. I'm not failing here because of me. I'm failing here because they're not working with me. They're not giving me
Well,
what I need.
if they hired Dable's sole job, I mean, his job is going to be to win games, but his job is going to be to turn Tua around. I mean, I would assume that he would take that job with the intention to develop Tua. So that's going to be his primary. Like the
And by
off,
the way, Dable's never put together a coaching staff, Daniel. That's
yeah, man. I
another
mean, any
problem.
first time head coach that you hire isn't going to have experience doing that. So I mean, that's. I mean, I know I don't want to I don't want to completely eliminate all first time head coaches, but that's kind of that's the risk, and
and
that's part of the interview process to ask how are you going to put these stats together.
and here's another problem, Daniel, and a lot of the Dolphin fans can understand this. You haven't been here that long, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But 3 years ago, Daniel, we were having this same conversation. Man, I don't want to be here 3 years from now saying, what if? And 3 years before that with Adam Gase, guess what? We were saying the same thing. Man, I don't want to be here. We consistently, every 3 or 4 years, are having the same conversation. I'm over it. And I think the one thing that I said last time, I said, I don't want a veteran head coach. I want somebody new, somebody who's going to take initiative, somebody who's going to be able to do this thing the right way, right?
Mm-hmm.
This time I'm like, you know what? I need a veteran. I need somebody who's failed before, somebody who understands the concept of the NFL as a business, who has decisions or who has experience in putting coaching staffs together and understands that business isn't always about talent. It's about relationships. It's about personalities. It's about looking at players as people and not saying, hey, this person I don't like, I need to get him out of here. No, learn how to work with certain people.
Yeah, you need to be malleable to a extent.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that Flores wasn't that completely, because I mean he did talk about just kind of having to adjust, but you got a sense that personality wise, what you got, like, I mean, you never heard like about Flores like being this kind of straightforward, straight faced guy in front of the cameras, and then him just completely being different as soon as he like walked out the room. Like what you got in the front of the camera is what you got behind closed doors. And I can understand how maybe that wasn't conducive to building all the relationships that you would have wanted. The strong relationships that you would have wanted at all areas of the organization. So again, I'm not discounting. I'm not saying eliminate first year head coach. I'm just saying based off of what Ross said. I'm just going by what he said. I think somebody that's done it before and can go in and hit the ground running and put them in a position to not only hit the marks that we all expect them to be, but really overachieve. Because next year it's playoffs or but for sure. I don't care who they bring in. It's like that guy has. This isn't a rebuild.
And by the way, that's not fair to the new person. I just want to state that.
What's not fair?
Like they're gonna have a very short leash, and they're gonna be told to win now.
Whoever takes his job knows that they're not blowing it up again. Ross didn't say that. Ross indicated that this team is underachieved. So next year, I don't care who they bring in. If it's a first year coach, special team guy, veteran guy, I don't care if that's not fair. I mean, that's life. I mean, you got to come in and hit the ground running. It's playoffs or bust.
Yeah, but I've said one of the biggest reasons for Detroit and Cleveland's failures is that they consistently let head coaches go after 1 or 2 years.
Well, I'm not saying get rid of the guy after 1 year, but I'm saying that there's going to be high expectations based off of Ross's comment. This is an excellent young roster. Ross indicated that this is a roster that's ready to win now. So it's not.
There's a few pieces they need, but he is correct. I think that we have the foundation here to be successful. All right, 2 more questions. I know you got to go. 2 more questions I got for you. Number 1, how long do you think this takes to get resolved? Because, like, is this something that we're going to have a new head coach next week, or it's going to take or 24 hours, or what do you think?
Man, this is my first head coaching search. I thought I was going to have to cover the head coaching search in Maryland last year, but God has a funny way of catching up to you. He caught up to me in Miami, so I gotta I gotta do this right now. So, I mean, I know that.
By the way, you were gonna cover a Tagovailoa one way or the other, whether
one way or
another, or Tua.
Exactly, but I mean, honestly, like I said, this is all new to me, so I was gonna even do my research. I mean, I was reading some old stories about how long the process took. I know that I guess in 2019. It took a little longer than it may have taken. I guess back in 2016, that they already reached out. I guess they requested permission to interview Dabble, and I have to go back and refreshen what the new rules are, because I was under the impression that if an assistant is coaching in the playoffs and doesn't have a bye, you had to wait. So if that's
I think that changed now because
so I think that they might be able to start
changed.
getting them in now. I mean, the Senior Bowl is in about like a couple weeks. I would think that they would want somebody around. I mean, if they don't have a coach there for this, if they don't have a coach in place for the Senior Bowl, it's not the biggest thing in the world. But I would think that they would want somebody.
I want this 72 hours. I need a new coach in 72 hours.
It's not going to be 72 hours. It might be a couple weeks. I mean, I'm just like speculating. It might be a couple weeks just because they're gonna. I mean, I think they're gonna cast a wide net. They're gonna interview multiple guys unless they already have a guy in mind, or they interview one guy and it's like they fall in love with him. But obviously, I think you want a guy where you can get in there, you can meet some of the people in the organization, you can start to assess the roster, and you can start to lay out because remember, this was going to be a big offseason for Flores, and regardless, I mean, this was already going to be a big offseason for the franchise because they got $70 million in cap space.
$72 million in cap space. They have 12 guys that could justify that could justify the cap space to go out and get Deshaun without even touching the 72.
Exactly. And then
you have draft picks.
Exactly. So this was already going to be a big franchise. So you don't want this to lag too long. You want to get the guy. I mean, obviously, I think that part of the interview process will probably be, we got $70 million cap space, we got all these draft picks. What is your plan with Greer?
What would you do? What would be your next steps?
Exactly. So I think that obviously it might be a couple of weeks or whatever, but I think that they definitely want to get somebody in where you can start to assess the roster, meet with people, and hit the ground running. Because again, this isn't a rebuild; this is a reboot.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. All right, final question before I let you go and let you promote everything. Because I don't think we're done, man. I think we need to do this again next week. Because
next week.
Are you? All right. Well, then
I'm on vacation. See, I didn't expect.
So you're like,
I already put in the request for the vacation, so hopefully they don't hire somebody next week, man.
Because you're gonna be like, man, y'all are killing me. All right. So let me ask you this final question: is there a name that you can think of besides Doug Peterson that nobody else is talking about that you would be like, you know what, that's a name I'm good with?
Man, that's a little too
early. Give me a dark horse pick before you go.
I don't know about dark horse. I mean, are any of these guys really dark horses? I mean, most of these guys' names have been thrown out. Even if you go to some of these like these fast rising young assistants like Chris Richard and whatnot, like all these guys they've interviewed, their names have been thrown out there. I don't think that they would be like I don't think I'll be like overly surprised by the pick. I mean, by the hire, unless they maybe get some like random college guy that wasn't on people's radars. But I just have a feeling it's going to be somebody in the NFL. I really think it's going to be an offensive-minded coach. I really do. I have a feeling it's going to be an offensive.
Well, the rest of the coaching staff, from what we know, has not been fired, right? So, and that's what we know of at the moment. Now, they could very well easily be told, pack your crap, get out.
When the new head coach comes in, he'll decide what the fate of the coaches, and I would assume most of those guys will be gone unless it's somebody who has ties to the organization or is
correct. If it's a veteran head coach, they're bringing in their own people.
Correct.
All right, man. Promote everything, man. Miami Herald, you social media at all?
Yeah. Well, first off, you can follow me on social media on Twitter at Daniel Oyefusi, just like you see it right there below me. If you want to read any of my work, go to Miami Herald. We got 8 stories up right now. I think 9 because I wrote another story last night at 9 p.m. during the national championship. So we got 9 new stories. Everything going on with the Dolphins firing Brian Flores and what's next.
Alabama didn't win. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. I was
no Nick Saban.
I was trying to root for him, but yeah. So MiamiHerald.com, MiamiHerald.com. If you just want the sports stuff, we got like a sports pass. Go on the website and figure that out. We got a nice deal there. And then every Wednesday morning we have the Dolphins in Depth podcast. Obviously, it's going to be a real big episode, a real long episode, just breaking down all aspects of the Brian Flores firing and what's next. So you can get that anywhere you find podcasts, Apple, Spotify. You can go on the Miami Herald website and read it there. So or listen to it there. So we're gonna have a lot of content the next couple of weeks. We're gonna have no stones unturned. We got it covered.
Boy, you thought the season ended. No, it didn't. It just got the party started.
It just started for me. No breaks.
Just got the party started. All right, Daniel, I love you, man. Thank you so much for coming on. I apologize for being late this
No
morning,
problem,
but I
man. No
appreciate your
problem,
patience with me. We won't see you next week, but we'll see you the week after that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sounds good, Daniel. Have a good one. Enjoy your vacation, man.
See you, man. Take care.
All right. Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald, each and every Tuesday, except next week when he's on vacation, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. All right, next up, I got one of my very close friends. I don't know if he'll say the same thing. I think I am, but I don't know if he'll say the same thing. I love this man. He's a part of the Miami Sports Music family. He's my brother from another mother. Cameron from East 32 Dolphins Tailgate. What's up, man?
Good morning, man. How are you, Clockblocker fam? How are you, Stephen D?
Well, I don't know how to quite answer that. Still recovering from my health. The season itself I'm recovering from. Been a crazy year. And then just this nonsense yesterday's just was absolutely crazy.
Nonsense?
Yeah, man. I just, I say nonsense because I'm a Dolphins fan, man. And we're just consistently in the same situation all the time. And I'm over being in the same situation. And look, I'm positive
Let me stop you there. Stop you there.
Go ahead.
Because I just put a comment in the chat box, and I've been pretty steadfast in how I feel about this. Flores is 23-24. We've been saying all season your record, tells you who you are. You are what your record says you are.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of what happened with him and Greer, all that stuff coming out, regardless of what he had to work with, it was a 500 record, just under 500, right? You can't lose 7 games in a row and think you're a playoff team. You won 7 games in a row. That tells you that you had the ability to win some of those games. If they had done, made different coaching calls, made different adjustments in game, this team could have been a 13-win team. And it falls on Flores' shoulders. Like, somebody's got to be accountable, and that's what this is about. If you're happy with being mediocre, then Flores is your man. But Ross is right. Like, this team was talented enough to make the playoffs this year, and because of decisions that were made by the coaching staff and the vulnerabilities that Flores allowed this team to be put in, that's why he was fired. And then the final straw.
You're breaking up, Cameron.
You're
breaking up.
Going up to the Titan Nashville with the
all right
playoffs, right? And I understand the Titans. I understand the Titans are a really good football team, but the way that the Dolphins were underprepared and not ready for the climate and for the game plan that the Titans had was unacceptable, and that's why Flores is not here. Aside from whatever he and Greer and that beef and whatever that is, but as far as on the field results, Flores is accountable, and you can't accept mediocrity, and that's who he is.
I think you broke up a little bit, but I got the gist of what you were saying there. I think that this was the right move. Yesterday I was shocked, right? Then I had a chance to kind of all right, let me see what the rest of the fan base is saying. Now let me, based on my initial thoughts, hearing what the other fan bases said, the rest of the fan bases said, let me get my own. So I had a chance last night in silence. Everybody was asleep in the house. And I had a chance to evaluate this, and I had a chance to really sit and think about this. And I said, I think we have an owner who wants what's best for our franchise. I still think he's made a lot of mistakes, but to me, here's my, and I know people are going to rip me for this. My measuring stick is Jerry Jones. I feel like if you're like Jerry Jones, I don't necessarily want you. But I feel like if you're but I don't want to Wayne Huizenga either. I like.
I'm not going away. I'm just going to switch. Keep going.
I like what we have with Ross because he doesn't meddle with the team, in my opinion. doesn't meddle with the team. I think that he likes to. I just don't know if he knows the right people to listen to. My hope is that somebody like Dan Marino is making the right decision or is saying the right things inside of his head and pointing him in the right direction this time. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And what I want to see from this team is consistent progression. And that we have not seen from this franchise in a very, very long time. And that's kind of what needs to happen here. And I would say that in order for everything to go down the way it's supposed to go down, I think that we need to make sure that this is the right move. But we say that every 3 or 4 years, Cameron. Every 3 or 4 years, we're saying this needs to be the right move so we're not in the same position again. Yeah, every 3 or 4 years, we're in the same position. And that needs to stop.
So in a way, and I agree, but as an owner who, you look at the big picture here and what Ross has done to, upgrade the team facilities. He's spent a whole lot of money investing in this team and making it, giving the operations all the resources possible to be an A+ franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what has been lacking is the product on the field. Adam Gase, was the heralded, best thing available because of his work that he done with, in Denver. And he comes here and does, well his first season with Tannehill, and then, the steady decline to mediocrity. And you can't blame Ross for making these changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the guy wants to win. He's no spring chicken either. And that's a factor that people aren't talking about. Like, he wants to win before he sells this team. He has a tentative deal on the table to sell the team to one of his board members. But while it's still under his ownership, he wants to win a Super Bowl. Make no bones about that. And if he doesn't see things are progressing in the way that he likes, which obviously he determined throughout the course of this year.
Yeah.
This
wasn't a decision
choice between.
This wasn't a decision that was made yesterday. This was a decision that's been made, that was constructed, thought of, looked at over the last month. 2 months,
and I agree.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back on.
Okay, you're flipping cameras. All right. We'll bring camera right back on. He's just flipping cameras. He's going to his computer camera. Okay, look. This is Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clap Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. If you haven't hit that like button already, hit that like button. We're going to bring camera right back on. We're going to continue the discussion. I'm going to have a panel a little bit later on, so stay up here. We're going to have that Dolphin chat time. I hope you guys are liking what you're seeing. Let people know that we're on. Hit the share button. Go to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Tell people, hey, look, check it out. Great conversation over here. And I want to hear your thoughts. And if you donate to the channel, help the channel grow. It goes such a long way into helping the channel grow. Anybody who donates today, I got some stickers and some patches. I'm going to pick one lucky random person to do that. And I still have the big drawing to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to it today, but hopefully tomorrow or the day after, I'm going to set up everything, post it on social media, the entire list of everybody who will be in the running for the jersey, the autographed jersey of the Frank Gore himself, as well as the Ricky Williams autographed picture. So I will be doing that. But if you donate to the channel today, I'm going to pick one lucky person to mail out some patches and some stickers. So make sure y'all do that. Hit the like button and donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. All right, let me bring my man Cameron back in. What's up, Cam?
Hey, I teleported, John. Yes, I did. And so to further my point, this decision, wasn't made just yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. I think the perceived mishandling of Tua, his lack of development, is going to be pinned on Flores' shoulders. Mm-hmm. I think that, to me, my personal opinion, Flores' construction of his coaching staff was a death knell for him too. I mean, you don't have any seasoned veterans running that team under him because of who he is as a person, right?
Mhm.
He wants the final say. He wants to rule with the iron fist. It's the Belichick way. And that just didn't fly, with both, his coaching staff and the veterans on this team. And so, that translated to the performance on the field in my mind. And we said all along, we dissected this team's offensive production week after week on this show. And we were just dumbfounded at some of the decisions and some of the things. Like that Oakland game stands out to me. Like, how do you throw a lateral pass, to a wide receiver in your own end zone? Like things like that, just are mind-boggling. And Flores allowed that to happen under his watch, and ultimately he's accountable for that. And that
for the sake of conversation, if we win one extra game in the last 2 years, just one more game, whether it's last year or the year before, Flores is not fired yesterday. He's not. I'm telling you, he's not. We just make the playoffs at least one of those times. I think it's a totally different conversation we're having today.
Listen, I think even if they put up a good fight and made the Titans game a competitive game, I don't think he gets fired. But I really think that was the final straw. Like, if what the product they put on the field in Nashville was horrendous. They were outplayed, from the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball. Special teams suck. There were mental errors that shouldn't be happening in week 16 of the season, from your offensive line that really hamstrung, momentum in that game.
Now you're on social media like me. Did you see some of the comments from the current players about what happened yesterday? What are your thoughts about that?
It's a mixed bag. I mean, there's players out there who, they're not. So number one, players aren't going to come out and say, "Yeah, I'm glad Flores is gone," because you never know.
Devontae Parker did.
Well, Devontae Parker knows he's not around here anymore longer either. But I don't know. There's a lot of emotion involved too. Players are no different than us. It's good. They're emotionally tied. They just, for the past 3 years, for players that have been here for those 3 years, they've gone to war for this guy. And, it's going to take some time for those guys to accept the fact that Flores is gone and that there's going to be a new coach and a new culture. And those things take time to, to adapt to. Listen, bottom line is 23 and 24 don't cut it. If we had won 1, 2, or 3 more games like we should have, Texans, Jags, Colts game, Raiders game, we could be talking about a much different story. We could be talking about a possible contract extension, for Flores.
I know.
But instead, your record is who you say you are. It says who you are. It is.
We are who we thought they were.
That's right.
All right. Well, let's talk about where we need to go. Okay. So let's not talk about where we've been, but where we need to go. So I think there's 3 different mindsets here. You have the veteran coach, right? Somebody who's been a head coach before in the NFL, had some semi-success, or knows how to put a coaching staff together, or has the tangibles of being a people person and putting together people around him that will make him better. The second one is the up-and-coming coordinator, right? Somebody like Brian Dable, who I personally, I actually really don't want. I don't want Dable. And then the third option, which nobody's talking about except for me, is a special teams coordinator. And I think that Darren Rizzi, right? Why not? Those guys are all about personality. Those guys have to work with all 53 players. They have to work with every coordinator, every coach. They are like, Tomlin and John Harbaugh are perfect examples of people that were special teams coordinators that became head coaches, that they just made the jump.
Here's my take on that. And, like, I understand in theory what you're saying, but I think it's just my hypothesis here that I think Ross is looking for a proven leader, someone who's been there and done that. Doug Peterson and
Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell, I think, are at the top of the list.
Those are my top 2 candidates, by the way.
I think they're everyone's top 2 candidates. Listen, it's I would not. I also look at Ross as having the wherewithal, the resources to make a move that would shock the world.
Which would be
an
example,
dude. I am smoking some good weed on this one. He would listen. Aaron Rodgers is available, right?
No, he's not. He's not leaving Green Bay.
I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying he's available.
In what world?
Yes or no?
No, he's not.
Is he a free agent?
No.
Does he want to be in Green Bay?
Yes, he does. He wants to win.
What if Dallas gets beat in the first round?
McCarthy gets fired. I get where you're going. I've heard this theory before on the internet. McCarthy's going to get fired after 1 year in Dallas, which he's not going to, by the way. Right? He's not going
to. But I get it. It is pie in the sky stuff. But it's a move like that wouldn't surprise me, all right? That's my point.
Which honestly is all the more reason that this thing's going to drag out for a couple of weeks.
I disagree. What Daniel said, I think I agree with. You got Mobile coming up in 3 weeks. You want a coaching staff in place before then to do your proper evaluations along with Greer. I think, you made the point about Greer, wanting the final say on things. That is true, but he's still got to work in tandem with a coach that he is responsible for hiring.
Dennis Allen, Raheem Morris, Dan Quinn, Cruz Ruiz. I don't know. Maybe.
I like Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator.
I don't know. Here's
the reason why I think Doug Peterson, and everybody knows he's right. He's an RPO, quarterback coach.
I think he would love to.
He has been to the Super Bowl. He's beaten Belichick twice. He knows how to win in the AFC East.
Bill O'Brien.
I don't want anything to do with Bill O'Brien.
Boy, he was mad last night. Boy, he was whoo. Boy, they were showing him fired up in that press box, that coach's box.
There's no way I want Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, not with a 10-foot pole. I agree.
But still, if the decision is to continue building around Tua, which I think it is and it should be, then Doug Peterson is your man. Jim Caldwell is your man.
I'm interested. Did you watch the Sunday night game, the Raiders Chargers game?
Man, I fell asleep in like the fourth quarter.
What? Dude, you old man who missed the greatest game of the year.
I'll tell you what, Herbert still got the L.
He did get the L, but let me tell you, it was that was a fun. Twitter was absolutely amazing that night, by the way. Anyways, I'm watching the game, and I'm saying to myself, and I just want to get your thoughts, and there's no way Tua could do what Herbert's doing right now.
Why would you say that?
Because there's nothing that he has shown me this year to make me think on multiple 4th and 9s and 4th and 10s that we're like Herbert. Not one time I think thought, oh man, this is it. This is the game. Here we go. I think Herbert had confidence at every throw he took that game, all 64 throws. Even though 34 of them were completed, there had to have been 25 drops. Look, I just
go look those drops, man. Were they all on the receiver?
I think a majority of them were 100%. 100%. I'm not saying all of them. But the point I'm trying to make, Cameron, is I don't think that Tua would have been able to do what Herbert did on Sunday.
I don't. He's not Herbert, but he's going to win in Tua's way, and that's the mental block people have. Is Tua is his own quarterback. He doesn't have the arm strength. He doesn't have the height that Herbert does. Herbert doesn't have the accuracy or timing that Tua does. They're two different quarterbacks.
I get that.
You want to know something? Pass per yards this season, Tua is only 0.1 yards behind Herbert per pass. Tua is averaging 7 yards per pass, and Herbert's averaging 7.1. which are both more than Mahomes. So you know what? I don't want to hear the garbage about arm strength or down the field. As long as you're moving the ball and progressing down the field to a touchdown, that's all I care about.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not going to argue with you. I think you bring up a very valid point. I think that I just want to know whoever's going to come in is going to understand what we have and be able to work with it. And I think that that is the case of what Stephen Ross is doing and the reason that Flores isn't here. I'll also say this, though, to play devil's advocate. Flores is going to be the most sought-after head coach right now. Like, he's going to be.
Listen, if it's knowing that the issues are locker room issues and communication issues, then I don't see him getting another head coach job in this upcoming season.
Oh man, if I'm any head coach, like if I'm Chicago, I am on the phone right now with Flores. What do you want? Come here now.
I think he's a better fit for Minnesota because of the defense they have. I would love to see Eric Bieniemy in Chicago because of what he can do with Justin Fields.
Oh yeah, hey, look, that's a good one. That's a good one. Well, look, I think he's a head coach next year. I really do. I think that's why they fired him on Black Monday. I think it was also a mutual thing too. Like, hey, look, this isn't working out either way. Just go ahead and fire me, and we'll call it what it is. I don't know if Flores wanted to be here any longer either. I really don't, and I think that was part of the problem.
I don't think anybody wants to get fired, bro.
I hear that, but I also think that people understand when their time is up. And I think that maybe Flores understood, like, I've reached as far as I can go here with the structure that is in place. I'm not like Flores and Greer are not going to get along. They're just not. They're not going to see eye to eye. And Stephen Ross isn't getting rid of Greer. So how much further can I really go here?
It is what it is. We're back to square one, right? But we're not back to square one because there is talent on this team. Greer has done a decent job of building this roster. Especially that last year's draft class. If he hits on this draft class and he produces, 3 starters out of the first 4 picks, then it's another successful draft class. He's got plenty of money to spend in the free agent class. So I think, the opportunity to improve this team is in front and that's another reason why I think it'll be a seasoned head coach who knows how to get this team to the Super Bowl. And Peterson and Caldwell are both those guys.
Love you, Cameron. Keep speaking facts, my brother. Preach. I agree with you 1,000%. You want a crazy candidate, Sean Alexander, special teams coach? Just to clarify, my thought process of having a special teams coordinator is his understanding. You have to understand what it takes to be a special teams coordinator. You have to know all 53 men on the roster. You have to get along with the offensive and defensive coordinators and work together closely with the coaching staff. It is a personality role. There's a reason that Darren Rizzi went through 5 head coaches as the special teams coordinator because players loved him.
But why is Darren Rizzi not a head coach?
I mean, I don't know. Because I truly think I think that special teams coordinators don't get the look that they deserve. I don't know, man. It's
look at the special teams coordinators out there. Who would be a viable candidate? Like,
there's no. So that's the other thing too. There is no viable candidate as a special. You take somebody who behind closed doors has this unbelievable. Hey, he's a great person. Like I love Tomlin. I secretly wanted Pittsburgh. Well, not secretly. I wanted Pittsburgh to not make the playoffs. I wanted that tie so bad because I wanted Pittsburgh to fire Tomlin. Please, so you can end up somewhere where you're appreciated. Because they were like, we need to get rid of. Are you crazy? Tomlin in 5 minutes would be snatched up off the market, and he wouldn't make it 5 minutes on the market. He would be that big of a commodity. All right, let me ask you another question. Let's kind of go back to the game here. We swept Belichick for the first time in 20 years. I want to talk a little bit about this game. Does that go out the window now because Flores is gone? Does that not matter anymore? Or is there still something to be said that we swept Belichick for the first time in almost 20 years?
That's a curious question. So it matters, I think, more to us as fans. It matters a whole lot less now that Flores is gone.
Okay.
And it matters. It does matter to the players on the roster currently, but there's
Two
no
was
guarantee.
3-0 against Belichick. Just saying.
Which is huge. So that is a selling point to a new coach, right? But he was also 0 against the Bills.
You're right.
And the Bills are the best team. The Bills are the best team in the East.
I'll go as far as to say I think the Bills are the best team in the AFC. Period.
Definitely top 2.
Yeah. You know.
And until you can beat those, you're not in the conversation if you can't even at least play the Bills tough.
What are your thoughts about Waddle breaking the receptions record? He broke the receptions record on Sunday. What I would like to think is that whoever comes in will be somebody that will be somebody that will be able to take that and move that to the next level, because you and I both agree it'll be an offensive-minded coach that takes over. So Waddle getting somebody who's going to see that is going to be a big deal.
Whatever coach comes in here is going to understand that Waddle's an exceptional talent, and really an attraction for any coach to come here because of how talented he is. It's a good coach uses that talent and puts that talent in the best position to win. And both Peterson and Caldwell have shown abilities to do that with past wide receivers and quarterbacks.
I just want to retract the previous statement. Tomlin was not a special teams coordinator. He was the defensive coordinator in Minnesota. So yeah. I retract that. I apologize. I was wrong about Tomlin there. Straight from but Harbaugh was definitely a special teams coordinator from Philly to be a head coach there. All right, next question. Gesicki, Agba. What about them now? Because my thought is Gesicki was out the door because him and Flores did not get along at all. But now Flores is gone. You're going to bring an offensive-minded head coach. You got $72 million in cap space. What's the deal with Gesicki?
That's a great question, and that's another reason why a coaching selection is going to be made sooner than later, an offer made sooner than later, because those are two players that I think are worthy of both long-term contracts and/or franchise tags. Mm-hmm. You can tag Gesicki and still trade him, for a second and third maybe, and I'd take that all day long. But they've also shown that they're special players and assets to this team, and I think you reward those players, especially Agba. Like his production, along with the rest of the defensive line, is special. He's an anchor for that defense, and I think you recognize that and pay that guy what he deserves. Gesicki, on the other hand,
you think he's expendable because of Durham Smythe and Hunter Long?
Well, not only that is just the importance of that position in the offense. You don't know that until a new coach comes in, but it also depends on what Gesicki's demands are going to be. If he's going to be wanting to be paid by like a wide receiver, which technically he is, you got to let him walk. Then I think you can find Gesicki type players and get the production that Gesicki has shown, from Hunter Long, Durham Smythe, Adam Shaheen, if he's still around, who knows? I like Gesicki, and I think he's a special player, and I don't want to see him go, but he's probably the more expendable out of the two in my mind.
All right, let's go to Duke Johnson.
Last question.
Okay, you got to go?
Yeah.
All right. Duke Johnson, does he get re-signed?
I think you have to. You found, and he's not going to cost a lot. He's from Miami. He wants to be here. He's kind of got fresh legs. He hasn't played much, outside of the past 3 games in the past 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I like him and Lindsey back there, and I think you draft
I think you go draft a rookie and you keep those two guys, and I think those are your 3 running backs next year.
And you still got Jared Dokes, who's developing, right?
Yep. I totally agree with you 100%. All right, man. I'd love to talk to you more. I definitely want to bring you on later this week to talk some Major League Baseball with you.
Friday morning, all day. How's that?
Are you going to co-host with me on Friday for Spread Kindness Friday?
Let's do it.
All right. So you heard it here first, East 32, and then I'll let you give you your spiel about the season and the tailgate in East 32. And how it went this year and what we have to look forward to next season. So I love you, brother. Thank you for coming on, and I will talk to you on Friday.
I appreciate y'all. Appreciate the chat box. It's on fire, and
it is on fire.
It was fun. I'll see you Friday.
See you, man. Bye. All right, this is Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. We're not done. Now it's y'all's time. It's y'all's time to talk about what y'all want to talk about. So here is the link to the chat. Or to get on to the stream. I said to the chat, to the stream. Come on, talk with me. I want to hear from you. The famous Dolphin chat is next. Definitely want to be able to get on with you. So what I'm going to do is, while I'm getting everybody in the back room, I'm going to actually go get some more water. So I'm going to play this little video for you and wait for the people in the back room to get back on. And that's how we're going to do that. That's how this is going to work. All right. So downloads. There we go. All right. I'll see y'all back in 2 minutes. Stay right here. Go take a bathroom break.
Do you remember when we fell in love? I remember, don't worry. Do you remember? I remember how it all began. How could I ever forget? It's the first time. Do you remember? I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air.
All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show right back, and we are live. I got the entire panel already on. We are ready to go. Super excited. I got Estefan, Polo, EM Baller, Russell, 1, 2, 3, 4 Eps, the man Andrevius himself, Lewis A in the building, and my man Noob is also in the building. What's up? How y'all doing, gentlemen?
Morning.
Good.
Top of the morning.
Andreas, man,
Top of the morning. Top of the
you've been wearing
morning.
that hat the past couple of days.
Morning.
You know, I'm an actual fan. You know what I'm saying?
No, you weren't wearing that hat for the past week, but all of a sudden, since Flo got fired, you've been wearing it with pride, man. I like that. Good job, bud.
So I wanted to bring up a coach you have not mentioned yet because technically he's not available, but he could become available if they're one and done in the playoffs.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan. Very interesting name. Again, you know, my biggest I don't think that those guys are bad guys. I just want to state that they don't have anybody they have no sense of putting a coaching staff together. And when that happens, I think that we're going to be kind of stuck in the same position that we're in. Again, I don't think Flores was a bad guy. I think he had a lot of flaws that he wasn't willing to change. But my hope is, and by the way, I'm hearing somebody's background big time.
Not mine.
Put yourselves on mute, everybody, if you can. So I think that's a big thing. I think that you have to understand that if you have a veteran head coach coming in, Jim Caldwell, Doug Peterson, Jack Del Rio, these guys have been head coaches in the NFL before. They have experience putting a coaching staff together. They know where they went wrong last time, and they also understand the business of the NFL. And so that's my point of bringing in a veteran head coach instead of somebody like Kyle Shanahan.
You do understand that no matter who we bring in, you do understand that they're going to fire the coaching staff. We're going to have to rebuild. He's going to have to get acclimated to all the players. You do understand we're in a rebuild, Steven, right?
Well,
it's not a rebuild, Epps. I'm going to tell you why it's not a rebuild. I'm going to tell you why it's not a rebuild.
You know the rebuild.
I'm going to tell you why it's not a rebuild. Flo changed the coaching staff every year when he was here.
That's true.
Man.
That's true.
We're in the same position. Listen, Stephen Ross was in love with Mike Tannenbaum, and we got screwed for years. Now he's in love with Chris Greer. Chris Greer has had plenty of time to fix the offensive line. Chris Greer also drafted Tua. Chris Greer also hired Brian Flores.
Greer inherited the O-line.
6 coaches since
Greer inherited the O-line.
We don't have a coaching issue. We have an internal issue in the front office with
How
Stephen
could
Ross.
Greer inherit the O-line? He's been here for 6 years.
Can I ask Epps a question, please?
Go on. There you go.
I have a question for you, Epps. Whose decision was it to start Austin Jackson at left guard and to start Jesse Davis at right tackle? Brian Flores
drafted him, Russell.
Doesn't matter. He should have made it.
Who did Flo have a choice of? Who else would he have put in?
Let me
calm down, Epps.
I will put this in a way that you understand. I'm an HVAC technician. Okay, I'm actually working right now. So no matter what tools that I have been given, I still have to perform that said job one way or the other, and I still have to perform it adequately and to the best of my abilities with what I have to work with. Robert Jones. Take what
you just
said and apply that to Tua.
How come he couldn't
get it done?
I don't think that's fair to even say that.
The
whole
apply that to Tua.
One at a time.
Apply that to Tua. Why couldn't he get it done? And get the most out of his player. It is to develop. The coach's job is to develop and get the most of it out of his players and put them in the best position to succeed. Flores failed to do that.
I'm gonna be frank and earnest.
All right, Russell. Let me talk. Epps
Listen, man.
Hold on, Epps. Hold on, Epps.
I don't get to respond.
All right. Well, somebody's got bad feedback, just so y'all know.
It's not me. A winning record is not only a coach's record. Players win games at the end of the day, Russell. Players win games.
Lance, you got bad feedback, bro. I had to let you know.
Can we all agree on one thing, guys? First of all, good morning, everybody. Can we all agree on one thing, that the Dolphins are the top destination right now for all head coaching staff?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No.
With the
Between us
capital,
and Los,
with the
between us
capital
and
right
Los
now,
Angeles.
the
It's a
capital, the
clown show,
draft capital.
Alexander. Every 3 years,
I'm waiting on
somebody-
Pete to drop a nugget.
I
I'm
think
waiting on Pete.
I think you have selective memory,
So it
Alexander.
wasn't
Because
it wasn't a it
before
wasn't a
Flores
clown
got
show
fired,
before we
No,
fired Flo.
Alexander's
hold on.
infected by
Before
Big
we
O,
got
man.
fired,
He's infected, man.
before Flores was hired, right? We had the top free agent money at that time too. And how many coaches declined us before we got to Flores? I think we
All
had.
of them.
No, actually, we didn't.
We had
No,
the top.
2019. No,
2019
we did
we had
not
the
because
most draft
we were
cap
tied
space.
with so many bad contracts. Before we were tied with so many bad contracts.
What are you talking about?
That it was even. Yeah, come on, really? We
Yeah,
had
really,
the draft cap.
man.
We had the free agency money the year after 2020. Okay, because Greer terminated all these bad contracts.
Why
That's
hasn't Greer fixed the O line, Alex? Tell me that.
Because
Yeah,
he's
so
inherited the O line.
Hold on. I think that's the wrong answer, Alexander. But I as far as like inheriting, that's the wrong. I don't like to say excuse, but it's the wrong.
Man.
All right, hold on, Epps. I'm going to tell you why Greer cannot be 100% blamed for that. I think the reason that Greer is still here, according to Ross, and this is interpretation. This is interpretation of what I believe Ross was saying yesterday. Greer has never had the true keys to the car. He's always had to work with somebody else, and that person. I hold on. I got you, Epps. I understand. I'm telling you what my interpretation is. My interpretation is Greer's never had truly the final say so on things, right? And so, and now I think. You don't get a pass after this anymore. You don't get a pass anymore.
A pass from what? For Flores? And I was a little upset with Cameron saying 23 and 24. Cameron does realize Flo's first season was a complete gut. And we were scheduled to win 0 games, and we won 5.
I get that.
He realizes that, right?
I get
Other
that.
than that, he had 2 winning seasons. Cameron, you do realize
You
that, right?
also know
Sam's also a 2 in here, bro.
Epps, let me ask you a question, Epps. Did the Dolphins fire him yesterday, Flores?
Yeah,
So
because Stephen Ross, like I said, Stephen Ross is emotionally invested in his GMs. I don't know if maybe they have relationships. Maybe they're together. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Because Tannenbaum did the same thing, and now he's doing it with Chris Greer. He is going to bat for Chris Greer. He's willing to take a sword for Chris Greer.
But you know, Brian
listen.
Flores has a winning record with Tua only, just so you're aware.
I know it's 14-8, Russell. I know that.
So Epps, let me tell you. By the way, and
thank
Flores
you for the knowledge, but I know that. Yeah,
Flores didn't even want Tua. That's the whole other thing to this too. Because if Flores would be willing to work,
can you blame him? Can you blame him?
I mean, look,
yes, actually, we can.
It's the only quarterback he's had any.
Can you blame him for not? Bro, he comes at the senior, bro. You think y'all so ignorant to look past the fact that he wanted Herbert, and y'all be okay with Tua still being on this team, bro.
So Estefan, let me ask you a question, Esther.
And all it means is unlearned, so don't take it personal. What's up?
No. I'm not taking it personal. I'm going to ask you a question. I want a real answer from you. With the exception of Deshaun Watson, what do the Dolphins do now moving forward? Because
I don't know.
I hold on. I'm asking Esther. I want Esther to answer this because I truly think, based on Ross's comments yesterday, Watson's not coming here, and Tua's the guy for the future. So, as a Dolphins fan, Estefan, what do you want to see the Dolphins do for the future?
Well, that's not the truth. I'll tell you. Want me to tell you the truth? What's happening? I'll tell you, bro, because there's some news that everybody missed yesterday, bro. If you listen to TD show, he dropped it because I sent it to him. And I would like to know if Pete's in the chat, because I'll drop out of here because I want to hear Pete's take on this if I share this with y'all. Because I understand that you asked me a question, but if you paid attention yesterday, bro, there was some real news that came out yesterday, bro, that everybody missed, man. I mean, everybody.
What is it?
Say it.
What is it?
Just say it.
Well, I like Rich Eisen. He's very objective, bro. He just calls it how it is.
Well, say it.
I don't watch.
I'm getting there. Let me finish.
All right.
Florio is plugged in with this team. Florio stated, look, I want to go back to Gase to show y'all what I'm talking about. The reason they parted with Gase was because Gase wasn't getting on board with what Ross wanted, right? And also, they were ushering in Greer. He wasn't on the same page, so they cut him, right? There was a rift that happened now with Flores, Greer, and Ross, and the guy they cut was Flo. And it didn't make sense until I heard Florio talk to Rich Eisen. What Florio stated that everybody missed was that Flo actually wasn't on board with getting Deshaun Watson. That tells me that Deshaun Watson is still in play, because if you really think about it, this offseason, I don't care about anybody else's opinions, but all I'm going on is what I saw unfold this season with Tua and that quarterback position, because it's that important. The domino, hold on, bro, let me finish. The domino that has to fall is you have to upgrade the quarterback position. So whether it's Watson or somebody else, Flo, to begin, was not on board with Deshaun. If they are still talking to Deshaun, they are trying to find Deshaun his coach, and that's what Pete was talking about in the comments. That's what we were talking about. I'm telling y'all now.
Okay. I got your point. I'm putting you on mute for a second. I got your point. Let me explain to you why I believe Florio is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna give you my counterintuitive reaction to that. Nobody is in that place right now. There are no beat writers that are poking around in areas. Everything is all done digitally. Anybody who truly says they have an inside source, unless they have a personal relationship with somebody and that person is allowing them to reveal inside information, which I don't believe is happening inside the Dolphins, that, like, you don't hear Adam, like, with the exception of yesterday. When was the last time you heard Adam Schefter or what's my man from Fox Sports?
Jay
Glazer.
No, Steven, we got people hold on. Inside people.
So look, I'm just telling you, there's no information that gets released from this team unless it's wanted to be said. So anybody who says, "Hey, this is what happened," it's all BS in my opinion. It's all BS.
We have people who
you can say what you want, bro, but I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised with Flo getting fired after Glazer dropped that pregame about keep your eye on Flo. Look, I'm telling y'all, this is the biggest domino that has to fall when you have the owner telling you that he wants to push for a Super Bowl, bro. You have to realize that, and he said it yesterday in his interview, Ross said that he has talent on this roster. He realizes that you also have to usher in somebody that's actually going to be able to utilize that, what Andrevius was talking about earlier, utilize that personnel so that it's not a complete rebuild, because that's what him and F were talking about earlier. That's who they're going to usher in. I'm telling y'all. Tua's still done.
All right, I got you.
I
got to put. Hold on. Let me let Andrevius go. Let some other people talk. Andrevius, you wanted to bring up a point. Go ahead.
I completely forgot my point at this point. I'm going to be honest.
Okay. All right. Noob, did you have a point?
Well, my only thing is everybody keeps saying that, Tua is gone and Watson's still on the table, and I just don't think that's accurate. I think if you give the list, look at the list of coaches that we may or may not get.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them are going to keep Tua. And full transparency, I'm not a Tua guy.
Hey, let me tell you what I've heard, bro. Deshaun, as of last week, Stephen Ross wants heaven and earth to be moved to still obtain Deshaun Watson, and the backup plan right now, their backup target is Kirk Cousins, bro.
There we go.
They're still trying to move off. Y'all don't have to believe it. That's y'all. I'm telling you, bro. There's no way that
Listen,
you move on with Tua after giving him his audition. They
All right,
know that
Esther.
Tua's
All
not.
right, all right, Esther. All right, Esther. Go ahead, Andrevius.
so I agreed with like 50% of what Esther said. I do still think Deshaun Watson's in play. I do still think they want Deshaun Watson. And I think this whole I don't know why we're so
Who
mad
is
about the
they?
flow
We don't
thing.
even have a coach, Andreas. Who is they?
The front
Well,
office.
The Miami
Damn.
Dolphins, like the
You
Miami
do
Dolphins,
know the head
they
coach
Yeah,
still
but
makes
exist
guess
as
what?
a
We
team
lost
without
Flo.
Flo.
decisions,
You know
We
that,
man.
right?
still have a
Like
team.
Flo is not the Miami Dolphins. You know that, right? Like we
Yeah.
still have a
You
team
do
here.
know that the
There's
head
still a
coach
team
makes
that
the
plays at
decisions.
Hard Rock
You
Stadium.
know that the head coach makes the decisions on who the quarterback
Oh
is,
my
who
God.
starts, who makes the 53-man roster.
Wait,
You
the
understand that,
head
right?
coach makes the
well,
decision, but y'all
so
keep saying he wanted Herbert.
Epps, that's the whole point of why Greer is still here and Flores is not, because Flores wasn't getting a say, or he was having too much of a say of what the 53-man roster was.
Steven, Andreas, listen, bro. Listen, y'all. I'm telling y'all. I believe what's happening is they still are in. Ross is still in connection with Watson.
And
And at some
I
point
agree with
during the
you. I
season,
agree with you.
Watson was like, I like the personnel that you have. I like the team that you got, skill positions, yada, yada. But that coach has to go. I need another coach, bro. I'm telling you.
Listen,
All
listen.
God, I hope
For all the
Esther,
people
I
who
hope
want
you're right,
Deshaun
man.
Watson,
I
you know
hope
who
you're
I
right,
think you should
brother.
be pounding the table for at head coach? Eric Bieniemy. Because what did they say?
That's
The new
why
coach,
that's
the
what, and
new coach,
Andreas, you're
the
correct,
new
bro.
coach, the new coach is going to decide what he wants to do at quarterback. If Eric Bieniemy comes
Yes.
here, he's going to say, "I was just working with Patrick Mahomes. Give me that." Deshaun
Right.
Watson.
Andreas
Yes.
hit it
That's
on the
true.
head. He hit it on the head, bro. That's what I was telling TD and them last night. I'm telling you, bro. If you really want an upgrade at that position, bro, and they bring in an African.
Yeah, but here's the some. By the way, I'm getting feedback off somebody's background. Somebody's got TV or music or background
It's
on.
definitely not me, Steven.
All right. The other problem with all of this is that there is the opportunity that we don't make the right decision again. We have to understand the organization has never done anything over the last 20 years to make us have faith that they're going to make the right decision this time. We have to hope that they make the right decision.
There's my point, Steven.
Again, we have to do that. And I'm not complaining. I'm calling a spade a spade.
Exactly.
They haven't given
And
us a reason
I know a lot
to
of
make
people are
us think
telling me
they're
that
going to
I'm
do
in
the
my
right thing here.
A lot of people tell me
This
I'm
is
in
how
my
you fix
feelings.
the
Hold on,
team.
Estefan. Let somebody else talk. Estefan.
I know a lot of people are saying I'm in my feelings and I'm crying and this and that. Actually, you know what? I'm over it, man. Flores is gone. He's not our coach anymore. I'm over it. The only thing that I care about is that Tua gets shipped onto a bus out of Florida. That's all I care about. Do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. I think that Tua is going to start next year. He's going to ruin another great man's job like he did Flores, and he's going to take food out of their family's mouth.
So, by the way,
Tua's going to smile on all your guys' face and stab you in the
Epps. It's easy to get that emotional about it, and I don't mean it in a negative way, because I'm sitting here saying the same thing too, to a certain extent, right? But we have to understand there has to be some level of optimism. And I know I contradict what I say there. I don't have faith in the team to make the right decision, but we have to be optimistic that if we make the right decision, that it's going to work out. And I think part of that, and I want to bring Larry in here.
Steve,
Go ahead,
real quick.
Alexander, then Larry.
I just wanted to say something here. Now,
By the way,
well,
somebody's got some bad language in the background there.
Sorry about that. I'm at work. So here's the thing. So during this press conference yesterday, usually, at the end of the year press conference, you get Ross, Flores, and Greer. It's kind of funny that only Ross was the only one doing this press conference, and Greer was nowhere to be found.
I thought that was interesting too. I thought that was very interesting too.
The other thing is does this have Dan Marino's fingerprints all over with the Brian Flores firing?
I don't think, Alexander. I'm putting you back on mute. Tell the people behind you they owed to the swear jar. I'm just telling you right now. I don't think Dan Marino has anything in this organization that has his fingerprints on it. But if Doug Peterson comes here, I think it will be a direct result that Dan Marino was a big part of that. Larry, what's up, Larry?
First of all,
whoa, Larry, whoa! I had to take you off, man.
Larry sound like
That was
Darth
bad.
Vader.
Yeah, Larry, you sounded really bad there. Go
Larry
out and
needs some
come back in.
halls.
It was like this, and there was big. It was bad, Larry. Larry, go out and come back in. See if that fixes it. That was not good. All right, Rashad, what's up, Rashad?
Pete, where you at, Pete?
What's happening?
What's up, man? Any thoughts on what we've talked about so far this morning?
And I'm growing more and more excited with the Flores firing. I think we do need some more of an offensive style head coach to develop the offense. The defense is developed. The defense doesn't need that much help. I know everybody's going to say, that's Brian Flores' defense. No one's going to run. I don't care. I honestly don't care. It wasn't ran that great to me. We could only run one style of defense, and we did it well. Okay, I'm over it. I want some offense. I want
Brian Flores
some.
didn't have a good defense. That's
Give me Deshaun Watson. He had
give me Deshaun Watson or give me death, as Estefan would probably say.
Let's do it the right way. If we go do
At least we're
do
on
it
the
right
same
way.
page, Rashad, because
I don't
we
want
don't get Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't think that. I think that
I said the same thing you said yesterday. What you just said, bro. Yesterday, I told him the exact same thing, bro. We're gonna
let me get Larry back up here. Larry, try it again.
Okay, is everything better now?
Oh yeah, you don't sound like the Exorcist anymore.
Yeah, I have a problem because I have the wireless mic, and sometimes it confuses the mic on the computer. First of all, Steve, I love your Daniel segment. I think it's pretty awesome.
I appreciate that, man. I like it a lot.
Yeah, no, he's a good interview. Whether I agree with him or not, whether I agree with you or not, it's a good show. Couple of things I disagree with your take on not taking orders. Looking for somebody that knows how to take orders. That's not the way they work. Okay. Right. So Ross said it. I've said it before in my show. Even before Ross went up there and said it. It's a collaboration. Okay. Greer is responsible to get the assets to help the head coach succeed. How do you determine what assets to get? It's a collaboration. The head coach tells this is what I would like, this is what I'm looking for in players and stuff like that. This is my assistant, my idea. And unless Greer and Ross have a totally different take on what the direction they want the team to go to, then it's Greer's responsibility to get the players. So, right, they are collaboration. Head coaches have to have say, or they're doomed to fail as a team. It's a team collaboration. Now, on top of that, I think what happened, and Ross hit it right on the nose because there was all the symptoms about him not being a team player. That's that's a buzzword from my old days. He was not a team player, and it hurt the team. Always hurt a team when you have a key person that's not a team player. I'll take an example. I don't buy into the rumors, but after this, you got to maybe let a little more credence. I agree. I don't disagree that that the reality was that Flores wanted Herbert. Guess what? When I was a controller and I sat with the COO, my opposite of Greer, I didn't disagree. I didn't disagree with all the time, right? But when decision is made, it became incumbent on Flores to do 100%. And from what we're hearing, he let his personal feelings of not getting Herbert affect how he coached Tua and the rest of the offense. And that's what's his downfall. Okay, you can't do that. You are not the boss.
Big crybaby.
Yeah. So basically that. By the way, my number one candidate, and by the way, when I say number one, what I normally do is you look at all the resumes and they know who they are. You pick the best 5 and you bring them in and talk to them. I'm going to have a number one candidate. Doesn't mean that by the time the interview process is over. Like I said before, people out there say, well, Eric Bieniemy, something must be wrong because he doesn't interview well. That's probably exactly why. Okay, they bring him in and they look at the resume. What they hear is not matching with the resume. My number one candidate to bring in and look first would be Dan Quinn. Okay, Doug Peterson, I got the offensive side. But Orlando, the big O, right? Most of the time I agree with him. Sometimes he's way out there. But one thing I do agree with him, the next coach should have a Rolodex of us. Yeah. Do you know who was his offensive staff when they went to the Super Bowl? We know Dan Quinn can coach defense. Can he can he manage the offense? Do you know what his offensive staff? Everybody talks about a tree. Well, Dan Quinn had an offensive tree. People forget that, right? His offensive coordinator was Kyle Shanahan. His assistant quarterback coach, whatever they gave him, was Matt LaFleur. Imagine if we had that level of talent coaching our Dolphin offense. Yeah, so Dan Quinn's my number one. I'm not saying hire him, but he's one of my top. Definitely my top.
He knows how to put. He knows how to put a coaching staff together.
Yes, sure. Thank you. And you brought the special teams. I agree with you in one way and disagree with you another. A special team has that trait, and it's absolutely key. It's what downfall of a lot of coaches.
Yep.
But a special team coach on the flip side doesn't have the trait what the other coordinators have. Usually, the way I understand it, I'm not a football genius in any sense of the word, but the way I understand it, special teams may only have one assistant. So offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators can have as many as 9, 10 people they manage. So they have obtained the skill of managing at least the offense or defensive side of the skill, which, guys, maybe the top 4 coaches in the NFL, they're not special teams coaches.
Yeah.
They're not. I know you gave a couple examples that were successful. I'm not saying that isn't, but they were not.
real quick, people who are listening this morning, and I'm going to put you back on mute, Larry, because I'm just getting some feedback there. All right, Rashad, I was getting feedback from you too. People that were listening this morning, where did I say Flores would probably end up?
Chicago.
Where is he?
Where he's being interviewed right now.
What did Tom Pelissero just announce on Twitter? That
He's being
interviewed by Chicago. I know my stuff, people. Y'all don't think I know my stuff. I know my stuff. I know my stuff. Okay, y'all. I don't have inside information.
That's a good assumption, but when you say Pep Hamilton, no, bro. Pep Hamilton.
Why not? Look at go through Pep Hamilton's. Why am I getting feedback? I mean, Estefan, you're killing me, Smalls. Why is Pep Hamilton? Alexander, what is going on, y'all? Put yourselves on mute when you're not talking. Thank you.
I was actually gonna say something, Steven. My bad.
All right.
What about? Here's the thing. What about Nathaniel Hackett?
Hold on. Let me finish Estefan's Pep Hamilton. Pep Hamilton would be more than a qualified candidate. Let me tell you why Pep Hamilton would be. Number one, when he coached in the XFL, he had an amazing team in the XFL on defense. Okay, so he's already a defensive-minded coach who, by the way, they say he's a passing game coordinator. Right? That's where he is. Pep Hamilton is the one who vouched for Justin Herbert. For the Chargers. And granted, they're like, well, what do you do with the 6th pick? It wasn't like it was a big deal. It was rumored that Pep wanted Herbert all along. Like Pep was the guy who vouched for Herbert. So with that being said, you go look. He was the offensive coordinator with, let's see here. I'm going down. He's coached at the Jets, the 49ers, the Bears, Stanford, Indianapolis Colts, Michigan, DC Defenders in the XFL, Michigan, the LA Chargers, the Houston Texans. He's the offensive coordinator or passing game coordinator and the quarterbacks coach there. Look at David Mills this year. People want to bring up David Mills as somebody that they should look at replacing Tua with, which I think is outlandish, by the way. But do you understand what I'm telling you? And I would love to see Pep Hamilton be the Dolphins' next head coach.
Pep Hamilton's a product of Andrew Luck.
Oh, my God. Go look at the Pep Hamilton. I cannot believe that you said that. And number one, he coached for the Colts for 2 years as their offensive coordinator.
Well, first of all, the fact that you even bring up the XFL is no, bro. Those, those type of leagues, bro, the semi-pro leagues, I mean – we had a team here in San Antonio, bro. The first thing that those guys get rolling with is their defense. All those teams, bro. If they're going to have anything that's going well, it's going to be the defense, bro. That's just the way it is. Defenses come together easier than an offense. The offense is what you have to figure out, bro. But we don't need somebody that's not a proven head coach candidate, bro. We need somebody that's going to come in that's already been a head coach. That's what I'm saying.
EM, I put the link in the chat for you.
And bro, Mills is better than Tua, bro. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
There's a reason why he didn't want to. There's a reason why he did not want to coach here, and it wasn't because of Flo, bro. It was because of Tua. Tua's limited, bro. Why are you going to want to put that on your resume?
It's got to be a limit.
Listen. I've been a Miami
David Mills is better than Tua.
2000.
He sure is, Alex.
Definitely. 100% better than Tua.
Yeah,
Alexander,
that
I
means
love you, bro.
I
You
must
got
be
way
better
too
than
much
David
background
Mills, right?
noise, Alex, today.
I must be a better quarterback than David Mills too, right?
I mean, look.
You don't play quarterback, do you?
No, but you're too near, bro.
No, I'm a Dolphin fan. Get that right.
Go look at David Mills' stats compared to Tua. They're the same, bud. And
It's
let
the
me tell
same
you something
exact
else.
stats. 50
David
touchdowns,
Mills,
10 picks.
David Mills runs a pro
15 to
style
10.
offense.
Get out of here,
with
man.
No receivers. With no receivers. Get out of here,
15
bro.
to 10.
Y'all are funny.
15 to 10. 15 to 10. You're kidding me, right? Or actually, I'm sorry, 13 to 10. 13
EM, I
touchdowns,
put the
10
link
picks.
in there for you to come on, EM. EM, come on.
You talking about a
Anyway,
quarterback
Steven,
who's actually
I was actually gonna tell you this, Steven. Nathaniel Hackett could be a real possibility because he revitalized Aaron Rodgers' career.
He did not revitalize
If he
Aaron
comes
Rodgers'
down
career.
here,
That's
Aaron Rodgers has
ridiculous.
been great forever,
why wouldn't
man.
you
Are you
have?
kidding
Why
me?
wouldn't you? If you're a Rodgers, why wouldn't you want to go to somewhere where you're familiar with with the head coach or the offensive coordinator with Devontae Adams as a possibility, as a package deal?
I got to kick
That could be
somebody
a
off. Any
possibility, too.
volunteers? I got to get somebody. I got to get EM Dolphin fan up here. Oh, nobody
Yeah,
wants to
I'll drop out,
volunteer.
Steven.
All right, man. Hey, come back. All right, noob.
Yep.
All right, man. All right, Alexander, put yourself on mute. All right, EM Dolphin. What's up, EM?
Stephen D, what's going on, man?
What's going on, bro? How are you?
I'm very good, man. Very good. Just listen to all this nonsense, bro.
Well, hey, drop knowledge on these people. Go ahead. The floor is yours, EM.
And I'll tell you, man, people need to stop. I've had first off, I'm not sure, I don't agree with this move. How I feel about Brian Flores. I felt like he did enough to earn another year. To see if he could get the offensive side of football going in the right direction. But it didn't work out that way, and a lot of the reason why Flores is not the coach of the Miami Dolphins is to his doing. You know what I mean? According to reports that have been coming out recently about him not being able to, coexist with in a peaceful manner with a lot of members of the front office or whatnot. Hey, that's Flores made that bed, bro. So he's gonna have to sleep in it. He's gonna have to lie in it. But at the end of the day, the biggest issue I have with our fan base, bro, is there this narrative that, and I heard you yesterday, Russell, on Larry's show, and I heard Larry's nonsense as well. Y'all talking about Tua. I mean, he sabotaged Tua. Y'all need to stop it, man. Y'all are listen.
It's obviously clear he didn't put that kid in the best position to win.
I'm talking now.
I'm talking now. And EM, you need to get your facts straight, brother. Period. Brian Flores was a joke from the jump.
I heard that. No, I heard that come out of your mouth yesterday, bro. You want a joke? How do you a joke really? A man with a man that has back-to-back winning seasons? That's a joke. First time in 20 years.
I didn't like his hire or Greer.
You said
I didn't like his hire or Greer. I don't like either one of them.
Anyway, the point that I'm making is that y'all need to stop with this nonsense about he purposely sabotaged Tua. So he told Tua to miss those wide open receivers going down the field
with his big balls. Put him in his place like good daddy does.
He didn't. No. To be honest with you, bro, you need y'all 2 ears. Y'all sticking your chest out right now.
Okay. I patiently waited my turn.
Like
EM.
No, hang on, Pete. Let him go, Pete. Hang on.
This ain't the Larry.
I heard you still. Let me say one thing.
Hang on, Larry.
No, Larry. I'm talking now.
No, Larry.
I'm talking now. I'm talking now.
We don't allow interrupting on this show.
I am the captain now. I am the captain.
I'm talking now. This is not the Larry Clown Show panel, bro. I'm talking now.
EM, stop. No name calling EM.
I'm talking now. So keep your mouth
Larry
shut.
says that he doesn't allow interrupting.
So anyway,
so get
y'all
over
need to stop. Listen. Y'all need to stop. Like I said, Flores, a lot of reason why he's not our coach is to his doing.
Why did Russell
and again, he has to be held accountable just like everybody else. And, they opted to go in a different direction. I don't agree with it. I think he should have had one more year. But my issue is with these idiots. Yeah, I'm calling y'all fucking idiots that are trying to spew this narrative.
I'll play that Flores, y'all. Calm down.
Trying to spew this narrative that he purposely sabotaged Tua. That is ridiculous. Did he tell Tua to miss those wide open receivers going down the field? Did he tell Tua not to learn enough of the playbook to be a confident starter in this league? Did he tell Tua to do that? Stop. Y'all need to stop, and y'all are in your feelings. Y'all are glad Flores is gone because
Ian, let me ask you a question.
Because they think Tua has won. Stop.
Let me ask you a question.
I love you, Ian. I love you.
And I'm going to let Larry go after this because I want Larry to get a chance to rebuttal. My question to you, Ian, before I let Larry go, is why is the thinking, and by the way, I agree with you. Let's just get that straight. I'm just playing devil's advocate with this question. Why do you think that the fan base thinks the other way? Because it's not like they were just told to think like this. A lot of the fan base feels that way.
It feels that way about him sabotaging to him?
Yes, yeah.
Because they are in their feelings. They are in their feelings. They are in their feelings about Tua. They have a love affair with a player that hasn't proven anything yet at this point. At this stage of his development, Tua is an average to below average player in this league. That's just a fact.
Okay.
They think,
okay. All right. I get that. Let me interrupt one more. And by the way, stop cussing on my channel.
My bad, bro. My bad.
Number two, because people are saying that you're getting special treatment, and I don't want to be that guy. You don't get no special treatment. Okay.
Who's saying I get special treatment?
AB saying you get special treatment. I don't need that narrative.
Bro, let him roll, Steven.
Let him cuss.
Don't listen to him. He a big Tua near fan.
Don't run against the customers. Let him keep it real, bro.
One last thing.
He's going to turn his to hear it, bro.
EM Dolphin said brings the views up, baby. Don't hate on that man. He knows what time it is. Don't hate on that man.
P equals clicks and EM brings the views. I got you. EM, one last question before I let Larry go.
Go ahead.
What does the fan base need to understand so that they're not emotional? Because here's a reality, EM. This fan base is pissed after 25 years of mediocrity.
Well, like I said, educate yourself.
You got to understand why they're emotional.
Listen. No. I don't understand why they're emotional. Why is this stuff? This is back to back. Listen, they did it with Josh Rosen. They were willing to fall on a sword. They gave this kid undying loyalty, and the kid was tragically bad. Didn't prove nothing in this league. And we saw how that whole situation worked out. And then you double back and do it right with Tua talking about Loa. If you love Tua, if you're a Tua fan, admit it, own it, and stop masquerading as a Dolphin fan. Okay, that's fine. If you're a Tua fan, I get it. But in terms of the loyalty, let Tua earn it. And that applies to any player on our roster, bro.
I got
let him
you,
earn it first.
I got you, EM. Larry, the floor is yours, Larry.
Thank you. I just need a minute without interruption. I know it's not going to
The
happen.
floor is yours. Nobody interrupt. Put yourselves on mute.
Okay.
Nobody interrupt, Larry.
You know what, EM? We share some of the same qualities. We both believe we are the most smartest people up here, okay? But there's a big difference between me and you. You are like Flores. You believe you're so smart that you believe everybody else is wrong, okay? Me, I believe I'm the smartest because I know I'm not the smartest person out there, and I listen to other people, and I adjust accordingly. So, no. Sorry, dude. You're not the smartest person up here because your own arrogance, the same thing that got Flores fired for not being the head coach. There, okay? Number two, never going to stop. Man. Number two, because let me defend Russell. Russell never said that.
Okay, manager.
There we go. People are interrupting me, okay? Russell never said that. He said he heard, okay? And I never said I believed it.
Stop lying, Larry. Stop lying. Yes, you did.
No. You know what, Ian? That's how... I'm sorry, Steven. I'm controlling myself because you know why, Ian? You
No,
are
get it off,
so
Larry.
hold on.
Get it off. Get it off.
Ian, I have proof. Go back to my
Get it
video.
off.
You know why you don't want to go back? Because you're gonna look like an
Get it off.
I word.
Get it
An
off.
I word.
Get it
An
off.
ID word.
Get it off.
Okay. And by the way, dude, hold on. This is my last statement because I don't want to waste
You're
my
a clown.
time with an arrogant know-it-all.
Larry,
Okay.
you
You're
This
think
is
the
my
smartest
last word.
person on this
EM
panel
is
really,
right.
bud?
Hold on. Then I give the floor to everybody. I don't
Epps,
care.
stay out of it, Epps.
Yeah.
Oh, let Larry talk. Hold on. Let Larry talk. Let him get
Let
it off.
Larry talk,
I'm going to
dog.
say one more thing, okay? EM, you came up here and you called everybody here nonsense. You know what? I agree. A lot of people have not.
Just you.
No, you said everybody.
Just you.
You
Russ.
said everybody.
Go ahead,
You have
Larry.
it in the tape. You go back and look at it, Steven. You said everybody, okay? Yeah. You know what? I agree with you. There's a lot of people that are nonsense, but that doesn't mean they're wrong or right. That's their opinion. I believe their opinion is nonsense, but I don't think they're nonsense. On top of that, you know who I think is nonsense? It's the hypocrite that's on this panel. It's you, because you spit a lot of nonsense too. That's my final say.
Yeah, okay.
EM,
Yeah, okay.
Go
I
ahead,
know.
EM. Go ahead,
Take
EM.
him. Listen, take.
No cussing, EM. No
That-
name
okay,
calling.
you right.
Let me address.
Hang on. Hang on. Real quick. Then I'll let y'all have it. I spew nonsense. Go check the receipts. Since everybody, you included, everybody had established themselves on YouTube. You talk about I spew nonsense. Check my damn receipts and compare them with everybody else.
Yeah,
Where are your receipts, Larry? Where are your receipts, Larry? So you talk about nonsense,
dude,
bro?
go check my opinions and how often I was right.
Bro, shut up. You've done
There
nothing.
you go. You see, that's what I'm talking about.
All
Steve.
you've
That's
done.
personal.
All you and a lot of you idiots in this community, y'all get on these panels and spew. All y'all do is spew and regurgitate information that I brought, that I have educated a lot of y'all on. Reason as well. You are not in our category, Larry. So stop it. You might think that.
Oh, you know what? Oh wait. Okay, this is my. You know what? This is getting ridiculous. No. Ian, shut up. Let me put it back
You might think that because you got a clown show panel, but nobody respects you in this community, idiot.
All right, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Nobody respects you.
Okay, I don't know, guys. Then why the hell I'm growing? Okay, why the hell am I growing? There are a lot of people out there respect. There are a lot that don't. Look, I never said I know football. I know football like reason, like ball game.
They don't
I never said that. Where I do am is the management side of football. Okay, understanding the.
Here we go, manager.
Was I okay? Right? Hey guys, everybody that see my show, was I spot on in my analysis of Flores? What Stephen Ross would?
No, you wasn't. You never been spot. You never been spot on about anything, bro.
Hey, you moron! Go look at the.
You've never been spot on about anything in this community, bro.
Communication problem. It's getting along problem.
You've never been spot on about anything in this community, bro. Shut up, man. Go back to that.
You know what? F you, Ian.
Go back to that clown show panel. That's what you did.
Yeah, the reality is, Larry.
Go back to that clown show panel.
If you believe it's a clown show, then stop being a hypocrite and show up.
Go back.
EM, go on his platform and show up, EM.
Larry, the problem is you have a God complex.
You don't have to encourage him. He always
does. You have a God complex, Larry.
I don't always
listen to me, bud.
Once every blue moon. I don't frequent your panel, bro.
Hold on.
Oh, let somebody else talk. Larry, you have a God.
Hold on. This is my show. Okay. Number one, I know Larry and EM do not like each other. I get that. I understand it. But it is my show. So what y'all are going to do right now, because this is
they like each other. They just both prove each other wrong.
Y'all, hold on. Let me finish. Y'all are gonna say something nice, at least one thing nice about each other before y'all go, okay? Because that's what we do here.
I have nothing nice to say about Larry. Nothing.
EM,
nothing.
EM, you need to say
I need to do a show. I need to do a show.
Larry,
not only him, but a lot of these in this community, bro.
Larry done left.
But Steven, but now that Steven,
good.
How's everybody doing? Let me explain something.
No, Larry's back. Larry's still here. Larry's still here. Hold on. Hold on, Pete. I love you, Pete. 1 second, Pete. 1 second.
Can I say something positive about Ian?
Yes. Say, Larry, please say something.
I have nothing to say positive about.
I know that. That speaks to your character, my friend.
Go ahead,
That speaks
Larry.
to your character. But
You'll
I
be
say
the bigger
this,
man,
right?
Larry.
Yeah, a lot of his takes I actually think are good takes, and I agree. Okay, it's never been an issue about his takes. It's been an issue how does he deal with other people, not me. Everybody that's been in the bad end of his foul-tipped mouth knows what I'm talking about. I have to calm down. No, that's just EM being EM. He doesn't really think you're that.
I believe where EM's coming from. Let me say this real quick, Pete. I believe where EM's coming from. I actually addressed that on Larry's show yesterday, bro. Like our fan base is so soft, bro. They're sitting here sticking up for a quarterback that apparently he was sabotaged. I don't know why, bro. He was given every opportunity to prove himself, and he fell flat on his face, bro. Like when you just keep it football and you look at what happened on the field, outside of you could say whatever you want about what happened in the locker room. How come you never prove Flores wrong on the football field and actually play well? That's where I believe EM is coming from, bro. And that's exactly what I was saying yesterday on Larry's channel, because they actually mentioned this on Good Morning Football, bro, about what.
Andrevius, do you feel emotionally scarred after listening to your parents fight? Because EM and Larry I feel emotionally scarred. I'm just saying.
You shouldn't. Why?
I'm actually. How are you emotionally scarred, Steve?
Right now.
I need.
I'm joking.
Hold on. I don't have much time. I don't have much time. Hold on. I need to get this out of my chest, please, EM. EM. Please, EM. I need to let this out.
Bro.
Go ahead, Pete. Go
ahead. Really needs to stop with the trolling. This is serious. And I just want to come up here and thank you, EM. Okay? Thank you again for calling out the idiots. I never say and I never call anybody out like that. But again, I need to keep hearing it, EM. Please spew it to the idiots, because they do not understand. Every last one of you that are dogging Flores and making it seem like it's a good thing, well, just know you're showing your football knowledge, okay? Because not even the media is agreeing with you. There was a poll out there, and they put four head coaches that got fired, and they said which one is the one that's the worst firing. And out of the four coaches, the percentage was out of the wall. 87% out of like 7,000 people that voted Flores. Okay, this firing was one of the worst firings as a fan, as everybody, as a head coach. Okay, Flores was not the problem, and anybody that keeps making takes that try to fit the narrative that Flores was the problem, they're only doing it. I promise you, this comes from the bottom of my heart, and I never troll. I always speak what I feel. Matter of fact, I'm like, right now, call me Cowherd, the coach for the Steelers. I got spit coming out of my mouth speaking so real right now. You guys are spewing on Flores just to save your little Tua takes. Those were the bad takes you're trying to spew and save. So all of you Tua guys, get out of this organization. I can't wait because Tua is out of.
Can I answer the comment, Stephen?
Larry, hold on, EM. Let Larry go. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, a couple of people are saying not the same as EM. I do the same thing. Yeah, we are pretty similar. Okay, but when I do my show,
no, we're not. We're actually
when I do my show, in the beginning, because I'm saying it's okay to call somebody's comment idiotic, moronic. It's not okay to call a person. You cross the line when you call a person. Andrevius may have a comment that say, man, that's a silly comment. That's a ridiculous comment. I'm not saying Andrevius is ridiculous. Absolutely not.
I am. I'm definitely saying it.
Oh, okay. I like Andrevius.
Hold on, Larry, you are a liar.
So are you going to do a show?
No, hold on. Let me finish.
You going to do a show about EM now? You going to do a show about EM now like you did Logan? Like you did that kid Logan? You going to do a show about EM?
Logan never apologized. Okay, don't bring that name up.
Logan,
all over
just so y'all know.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Logan is in the chat right now.
Logan is in the chat.
I have to finish what I'm saying, right? I finished. Yeah, one thing I have to finish because finish that comment about hey, sometimes our show gets emotional. Sometimes I get out of hand. Usually I correct myself.
Logan said he sent you an email apology.
No, Logan, when you gave the apology, you said, oh, if this is on Reason's tape. Oh yeah, if I apologize to Larry, it makes everything good for me. Okay, I apologize. That's not an apology in my book.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, hold on.
I'm gonna tell you. If I may, if I may, I'm
No,
gonna tell
Ed.
you right now. Don't expect an apology from me, Dolphin man, because I meant every goddamn
Never
word I
asked one
said.
from you, Em.
I meant every word I said. Every
Ab
May I have the
every.
floor when you're done?
Ab and Darth Logan
cussing.
are professional provocateurs. They don't go jump on panels. They just rile up the chat, and they have nothing to say about their golden boy Tua that hasn't done nothing this past season. So why don't you guys grab a couple of balls and jump
Y'all
on
get
the
me in
chat
trouble.
and get off
May
the
I have
chat
the
and jump
floor,
on the channel
Stephen?
instead of provoking
Listen,
everyone
I
in the
want to
chat.
respond
If
to
you can
Larry,
get a
man.
word in,
Please,
you are
let me
more
say
than
one
welcome
thing.
to have the floor.
If I may,
Larry,
I would love
Steven,
that.
listen,
Steven,
let me
if
say
I
one
may,
thing, please,
real
everybody,
quick, if I
please,
may,
please.
go ahead.
Larry, you are a liar, Larry, because you came on here and when I met you, you personally attacked me, bud, and then you apologized. So you're
Right. That's
doing the same thing that
Get
you're
him, Epps.
that
okay.
you're doing.
Okay.
Hold on, Larry.
Get
Epps,
him.
You're doing the same thing you
let me
did
know
to
when you
me.
Get him.
finish, Epps, so I don't
You have a
interrupt
Get
you.
him,
Get
Epps.
up here,
Get him.
Darth.
shut
Get
up.
up here.
Get him.
You have a God complex. That's why
Get
you
him,
always say
Epps.
my
Get him.
show. I don't allow this on my show. I don't allow this on my show. I have managing experience, blah, blah, blah. You have a God complex, Larry, and you do the same thing that you accuse people of. You are a liar, and you
I
are
did not
not a
expect this
smart
show to go
football
this
person.
way today. Just so you know.
Get him, Epps. Get him.
Yeah, it's a little wild.
Listen, I told y'all, I
Can I
am
answer
going
Epps, or why
to
I'm upset?
listen from here on out.
What is going on, Andrevius?
I am going to purge listen,
Come
I'm
on,
doing the
Stephen,
community.
moderate.
Listen,
Moderate.
I am attempting to do the community a favor. I am trying to purge all of these, especially the ones with platforms like Larry. I'm trying to get them off YouTube because they have done nothing but dumb down the fan base, right? They've done nothing but dumb the fan base down.
I disagree.
They have
Just so you know.
contributed nothing positive to the fan base. And I told you,
Larry has.
EM is coming for all of y'all. EM is coming for all of y'all, baby. So get used to it.
May I have the floor?
No. I need to address it because he called me a liar. Epps,
Okay,
listen
go
to
ahead,
me.
Larry.
I told you that sometimes it gets so emotional that I get out of hand. That's what happened. Remember we talked about it, we worked it out? Yeah, but you know what?
No,
I'd
we
rather
didn't
have
work it out,
that
Larry.
because
I let it slide, but if we
Epps,
were in
let
real
him
life,
talk.
I would have
Epps, let him
slapped
talk.
the shit out
Epps.
of you.
Okay, so we worked it out. Hey, and that's fine because we're hanging out. I want you guys to let it all out. That's fine. And Stephen, know we worked out because it was in the show that it happened. Okay, guys, I don't know, man. Maybe I ought to get out of here and let other people so you get back
No,
on.
Larry.
No.
Don't go, Larry. I got more. Larry, don't go. I got more. Don't go, Larry. Don't run, Larry. Don't go.
Stay up
I got
here.
more. I got more for
I
you.
want
Logan,
Darth
get back
and
on.
Ab up.
I got more for you, Larry.
Hold
Don't
on.
go. Don't go.
Get your asses
Well,
up.
EM, you know what, EM? Apparently you got a lot for me, and I got to go at 11:45.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
knocking
on.
out because
Hold on, Larry.
people think he's got a tea time.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
EM, hold on. Can I finish, Steven? Okay, EM,
Hold on.
I'll give you an offer. You want to come on and talk to me? Let's go ahead and do it in one of my shows. Let me know.
Hold on.
I don't
No.
usually have guests, but I'll give it to you.
Listen.
What's up, Logan? What's up, Logan?
Logan.
Can I address it real quick?
Hold on,
Oh, okay.
EM. Let Logan go real quick.
Hey,
Go
what's
ahead,
up, guys?
Logan. The floor is yours, Logan.
Oh, yeah.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, so, hey, man, Larry, I did apologize to you. I sent you an email, and you never responded to it. I replied to your email that you sent me about, like, the Patreon, how you wanted me off it. So I sent you a big, long apology saying, I deserved whatever you said on the show and blah, blah, blah. But you didn't let me even come up on your show that day that you internet bullied me, basically.
Let me ask
like,
you,
I don't
Logan,
have,
do you really mean it?
I don't have a platform, dude. Nor
Okay,
do I
Logan,
want one. And as
Logan,
far
do you
as
really?
whoever the hell else was talking about me, dude, you don't know me. I'm not a two and ear. And I talk a lot backstage with a lot of these people.
Is.
They know where I stand with Tua. I'm kind of in the middle. I don't like his play.
Bro,
he didn't
all
do
you had to
himself
do
any
was
favors.
answer a question yesterday, and instead of answering the question, you just threw shit in my face. So get the fuck off this panel.
Who are you?
Christolakis, what is up? Christolakis.
God.
Logan,
Floor, please.
Logan,
I
I'm
have
comfortable.
waited patiently.
Logan, I'm comfortable with your apology now, and that was my problem. I'm gonna go ahead and unblock you, okay, my friend? You're welcome. Like always, you're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude. I felt bad about what I said, and if you read the email that I sent you, you'd understand. But then after you just shut me out, and then you're saying all this stuff, like there was a point where I was just like, whatever, dude. I guess this guy feels what he feels. But you know, that's how it is.
All
I
right,
didn't apologize.
I'm sorry that
real
quick.
There's one common denominator.
May I? Can I respond, Stephen D?
Hold on.
Stephen D, can I respond to Larry?
Let me say something.
Can I respond to
real
Larry?
quick.
I gotta say something real quick, Steven.
Hold on, Estefan. Before I say something, I just
I'm
want
just
to
saying, like,
hold on, Logan. Before I let anybody else go, two things. Number one, Christalakis, I've never heard you talk with that mouth before. You kiss your mother with that mouth. Number two, I do want to let you all know I let everybody come onto my panel. There is no, if you have beef with somebody, you can come on and feel free to talk it out or yell it out or whatever. Just try to keep it civilized. That's all I ask. Just keep it civilized.
That's nonsense, bro. Look,
Bro, they're professional provocateurs. That's all they do is rile up the chat. That's all they fucking do. Ab and Ab, Logan, they're all the same. They just want to rile people up. That's all they want to do.
Can I respond to Larry, Stephen D? Can I respond to Larry?
I don't know you at all. I've never even seen you before.
But there's a common denominator.
In regards to Larry's invitation to come on his show and address him, no, hell no. I'm not gonna give you because I know what that's going to do for your channel. It's going to benefit the views and everything else are going to go up. No, when I'm listen, don't worry. Don't worry.
I don't need you to build my channel.
Listen, okay, hang on. That show is coming on a much bigger, more established platform. That show is coming, so look out for it. I'm addressing not only you, but a lot of you idiots in this community.
I want you to address it to me personally. Make
it's
it real.
Coming. I promise.
If you want to agree, you want to set it up here with another
You
channel,
really
I'm
need to stop
perfectly happy
calling
to do
people
that.
idiots, EM.
I don't shy away from anybody.
Christalakis, go to the swear jar.
That show is coming. That show is coming. That show is coming, baby.
There's a common.
I'm not going to allow you to benefit. I'm not going to allow. I'm not going to allow you to benefit from EM Dolphin fans president no more, bro. Matter of fact, bro, you owe me a level of gratitude because listen,
oh my God,
you owe me a level of gratitude, bro, because your show was crap, bro. Before EM and others, not only EM but others, started frequenting your show because before we started coming on your platform, you had a bunch of handicapped folks up there, bro. So stop it. You're a joke. Your platform is a joke, Larry. You're a joke, bro. You've been dumbing down the fan base too long, bro. Too long.
What's your YouTube channel?
You guys liked each other. Why are you guys doing this to each other? I like both of you guys.
I have no idea where it's coming from. I don't know.
Hey, listen. It's not only
Larry. What the problem is?
It's not only Larry, bro. It's not only Larry. I'm addressing all of these idiots. All these 2 years in the chat. Y'all can get it too.
Hey, Ian, what's your YouTube channel, Ian? What's your YouTube channel, Ian?
I don't have a platform, homie.
Oh, damn.
Not yet.
Ian, can I ask you a question, Ian?
Go ahead.
Ian?
Go ahead.
Am I going to get the smoke from you? I don't want the smoke. I'm just letting you know.
No, I love you, Stephen D.
Okay.
Listen. I know you. I know you for what you are. You don't try to deceive the people. We all know you're a flip flopper. We all know that. We all know that.
I am what I am.
I
am what I am, bro.
My issues are only with the ones that are masquerading in this community, bro. Like Larry, like a lot of these other idiots.
Like Andreavius.
Yeah, Larry's not
masquerading. Those are the ones I have an issue.
Larry doesn't matter.
Those are the ones I have an issue with.
Yeah,
It just really irritates people that really want their team to win when you still have people trying to vouch that there is a possibility that Tua is going to be the guy. When
That's
you need
what's
to,
pissing me off the most.
That's what the problem. Everybody arguing up here at some point or another, they got irritated with the Tua crap, bro. We don't want to hear it, no.
Listen.
Hold on, EM. Andrevius wants to say something.
I want to be clear with my point. I want to be clear with my point.
We're tired of Tua. Get rid of him.
Hold on, Andrevius. Go ahead, Andrevius. The floor is yours, Andrevius.
Y'all just don't bash me, okay? I'm a nice guy.
I doubt that. No, Andrevius, you are. I'm only kidding.
All right, Russell, and then Russell, then Ian. Russell, then Ian.
God. Okay, so let's just see where. So everybody wants to talk about how we're emotional, this, that, and the other. Well, from what I'm seeing, and I need a second before you all interrupt me and say what you all have to say. I want to get out what I have to say now because I have been patiently waiting through all kinds of BS.
The floor is yours.
Banter.
Russell, the floor is yours.
So, number one, the ones who are emotionally invested right now are the Watsoneers who are upset that Flores is gone, and you can hear it in their voices. You can hear it in the way they're acting. That's probably why EM is acting the way he is towards Larry and I. Secondly, Don Shula had Dan Marino. Didn't give him a run game, didn't give him this, didn't give him that. Guess what? He's an elite quarterback that didn't win a Super Bowl. Deshaun Watson, elite quarterback that has won absolutely nothing. There's no reason why this kid does not deserve a third fucking year. And yeah, swear jar, I don't care. I'm
Get the hell out of here, a third year.
We get
This
three,
kid
we get the third year because we get paid
man.
him 7
Get
fucking
outta here
years.
with this
Man.
Give him a third year to lose.
We want an offensive line. We want a fucking running back. We want a full team. Period. No matter who's the quarterback. Coach Flo did nothing but
O-line. Two needs a
Aldrevious. It's got real, son.
shit.
It's got
stupid.
Oh, man.
All of it.
Russell.
I'm really fucking tired of people.
Russell.
If I may, Steven.
Let him talk, Steven. Let Russell talk, bro.
But I'm gonna let Russell go. Just understand.
I love it, bro. I love that from Russell, bro.
Hold on.
Be strong even when you're wrong.
Hold on. Be quiet, Estefan. I'm gonna let Russell finish. Your
Steven, send me a receipt for the swear jar this morning.
Oh, you and Russell both getting receipts for the swear jar today.
Oh, damn!
I haven't cursed today.
No, Russell's back. Go ahead, Russell.
Steven, if I may.
Go ahead, Ian. Then Russell.
Listen, I want to be clear what my point is. I am not sitting here. I don't have an issue with Tua per se. If they opt to stick with Tua, I don't have a problem with Tua. I've been consistent about you can win games with Tua. My only issue with Tua now is my ceiling has lowered for him. That's all I am with Tua. If they're not going to go get a clear upgrade like a Deshaun Watson or more established player, okay, well that's fine. Let's ride with Tua. We can win games with Tua. And I'm not sitting. And my point is another point that I want to make in regards to the issues that I have with this fan base. I'm not on that fence about. I'm not up here to bash Tua, bro. I have issues with the people, with the individuals that are sitting up here putting out false narratives about Flores purposely sabotaging the kid. That is what I have an issue with. And I've been seeing it on so many different social media platforms, YouTube included, Larry's bullshit show, Russell's foolishness, all of that, bro.
Yeah,
that's what I have an issue with.
All right, I would like to rebuke that because I'm going to tell you right now. Flores tried to have Tua tested for PEDs.
I knew that back then.
Oh my God, he would do anything to get rid of Tua, so he would have Deshaun Watson or Herbert. He never wanted Tua. He never
was he wrong? Was he wrong about Herbert?
Don't want a Super Bowl.
Hey, wait. And now was he wrong about Herbert?
What has Herbert won?
Was he wrong about Herbert being a better player? Was he wrong?
Can I say something?
What has
Was he wrong about Herbert? Was he wrong about?
All right.
I'm not that impressed.
Logan,
all right.
Logan,
so
go ahead.
I knew about the PED story. Like I saw the text messages before the season started. I knew all about it.
This is crazy. Go ahead, Logan.
So, like
that's why you don't know football, Russell. That's why. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Logan.
That's not even Russell. That's Logan.
This is why.
No, I'm saying I'm responding to what he said before. I'm not impressed. It's because you don't know the game of football. That's why. But go ahead, Logan. Go ahead.
I know the game very, very fucking well.
Everybody needs to chill.
No, you don't.
I don't think you do,
Like,
Russell.
you can do the arguments both ways.
Yeah,
like-
did you just come on here to start crap today? Because I feel like you did.
No, man.
Yeah,
I said
he does
no.
today coming to Miami. He's going to go to Carolina where he freaking belongs.
Well, let him go. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, Logan. Logan, go ahead. Go ahead, Logan. I'm sorry.
This is why everybody's upset. You know, you got half the fan base saying Tua didn't have a fair shot. You got the other half saying Tua ain't it. Coach Flo didn't have a great shot or whatever. He got fired too early, which I do agree with. He did get fired too early. Like, whether you like the man or not, he was a very good defensive coach. Now, he had problems on the offensive side of the ball. He couldn't get his staff to save his job, literally. But,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Logan. I was just telling people stop blocking AB's comments. Go ahead, Logan.
Okay, yeah. But anyways,
zone's been over.
The fact of the matter is, like, this Two-Near crap, this Watson crap, like, quit calling people that shit. Like, we're all
Logan. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
ridiculous.
Hold on. Logan, you said you wanted to address Christolakis. I will let you address.
Yeah. And as far as him, like, I'm a moderator in a chat, and if someone was talking crap about you, Steven, what would you do if you were a moderator? Like, your job is to block them. So that's what I did, and he's butthurt about it.
First of all,
like, I don't know.
Logan,
I don't know.
Say the truth. Say the truth. I asked a simple question.
I actually wrote it down in
No.
chat.
Don't lie. Don't lie over here and tell these people false narratives and expect them to believe it. I asked you a simple question. No, Logan, tell the truth, and I'll let you speak. I asked you a simple question yesterday, and you couldn't answer it. Instead, you targeted me and apparently banned me because you called me an idiot right off the bat, and I didn't even call you a name. So you're gonna sit there and play holier than thou crap? Get the hell out of here, bro!
And to top that all off, the people in the comments that want to call me a moron, say it to my damn face, because you keyboard warriors ain't nothing but a bunch of us.
I'll give you respect, Logan. You jumped up here. I'm still waiting for Ab to get up.
I guarantee you I will. I guarantee you I will.
Who cares about the PEDs? Listen to crap. Get it over with. Who cares about that sabotage?
I guarantee you I will. How's that
sabotage?
Anyways, the fact of the matter is, Flo really didn't sabotage Tua because
no, he didn't. He in the cup. If you ain't on anything, what's the problem? How's that sabotage? Because it offends your player.
Let me ask the panel this question. No. This is the question I asked Logan yesterday. This is the question I asked Logan yesterday.
Are you guys listening?
Go ahead, Christolakis. What was the question?
Let me ask the question.
Christolakis, what was the question?
In the offseason, he had him tested 4 times, right?
Yes.
All right. So my question is, why did Tua want to give Flores the game ball at the end of game 1 to someone that obviously doesn't like him? What was the point of that?
It's still his coach.
Because Tua is a bigger man than Brian Flores. That's why.
I don't know. I'm not saying that Flo sabotaged Tua. I don't even know the relationship.
You're saying that there's text messages.
There are text messages, but it's not between Tua and Coach
Testosterone
Flores.
Tuesday. I like that, Dolphin Down.
That's not what it's between. I just saw the text
maybe it's not true. Can that possibly be it?
Abusing your
very
power,
offset,
Logan,
I
blocking
guess,
John
but I
Christolakis
highly
is
doubt it.
ridiculous, man.
Andrevius,
You should be taken. Your moderator ability should be taken away. You blocking him and abusing your power is unacceptable, Logan. Unacceptable.
If he's gonna sit here calling
thank you, Adam.
reason names and
I didn't call reason names. I never ever called reason names. Reason dragged me through the mud because I didn't like Tua and I took it. And he didn't even know where I was coming from.
And he blocked him. He abused his power. He's not.
Calm down.
This is ridiculous.
Listen.
This is ridiculous. If you got an issue, email.
I want to address a comment real quick. Real quick, Steven, if I may.
Are y'all talking about getting blocked on somebody else's channel?
I know. Like, this is so stupid.
I didn't even know I was blocked until you told me. Like, I didn't even think twice.
See, people don't. I swear, man, it's fan base. Listen,
they're so stupid.
They don't pay attention. They don't
do that, John. You would never think that somebody would be.
Hold on, Abs.
Really? I mean, I've been blocked from other platforms too, dude. Like, your life's gonna go on. I promise.
Steven, can we loop that unacceptable? Okay. That's a catchphrase. Yo, I do like Eps's. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, Logan. Unacceptable. Abs, I love you. I'm
so
just
trivial. No, it's just really trivial.
So hang on, Steven. I see you, George Albanese, bro. Really, dude? Really? I want to address his comment, bro. Sure, I was high on Tua pre-draft. And your point is what? Am I supposed to sit here just because? Let me break this down for a minute. If you are high on a player, right? If you got an evaluation on a player Pre-draft, like coming up this year's draft, 2022 draft, right?
This is it.
I like a player. I have a high evaluation on a player, and I think the Dolphins should draft him. What the hell? If the Dolphins select him like they did to him, am I just supposed to sit here and ignore the tape, what I'm seeing on film, bro, and lie to the fan base and hype this kid up and saying he's doing things that he's not doing? Is that what we're supposed to do here? My evaluation was based off the Dolphins. My evaluation was based off the Dolphins drafting him. Plain and simple. I told y'all on draft day. Listen, hang on. I told y'all then in 2020, bro. This is about the Dolphins drafting Tua. At this point on, he will be evaluated based off film as a Miami Dolphin. Period. Nothing more, nothing less. So we're supposed to sit here and lie to the fan base, right? All because we had a favorable evaluation on a player? That's absolutely ridiculous, George Albanese. You a fool for that comment, bro. I expect more from you. That's ridiculous, man.
Maybe
Tua
should have.
I gotta go.
Maybe Tua should have.
Thank you for letting me up, Steven.
Hey, Larry.
Don't worry, I got more Larrys coming. You stay tuned, bro. You stay tuned. I got you.
Larry, I love you, and you are more than welcome on my channel anytime.
And Larry, we ain't buddies,
just know
we ain't
that
partners, and we
the
damn sure
reflections
ain't
of this
friends,
panel do not reflect.
Hey, Steven.
Do not reflect this entity.
You don't have to apologize. I go through this all the time. Remember, my show is
Larry,
strictly a
we
panel
ain't
show.
buddies, we
That's
ain't
wide
partners,
open,
and
so I
we
go through
damn
this
sure
all the
ain't
time.
friends, bud.
Don't worry, Larry. I got
Larry,
don't worry,
I
Larry.
hope
I'm
you follow
coming.
through and arrange
I
that
got you.
one-on-one.
Don't worry. I got something for you, bro. I got something for you.
Larry, read my email, please.
Maybe Flo wouldn't have got fired.
This was a long time.
Maybe
This
Flo
was a
wouldn't have
long
got
time coming,
fired
bro.
if Tua would have actually just stuck some needles up his ass and did better on the field. I'm just saying he got Flo fired.
Hey, you see how this fan base is, bro? Listen, Stephen D. Listen. I'm talking about the ones, and again, I don't have an issue with Tua fans, but I have an issue with the irrational ones that ignore the most important thing about a player, any player on this team, is what the film is telling you. They would rather you sit up here and lie and make excuses to all because they are in there. They have this love affair with Tua, right? The person. It's absolutely ridiculous. Bro.
You remember the Tua apology letter midway through the season that we had to sign off on to be on Tua's bandwagon again? Get the fuck out of here with that crap.
Oh my God! This is
much crap from everyone.
Is this what we've come to? Have we sunk to these depths?
Just so y'all are aware, EM Russell
Ridiculous.
and Epps, EM Russell and Christolakis all owe big money to the swear jar today. Do not leave with your debt unpaid.
I'm about to jump off. I got to get back to work. I got your swear jar, though.
Did I curse?
Hey, salute, homie.
No, I got
salute,
you.
man.
I got you. Peace.
John, salute, bro.
If
Salute
I
to you.
would have cursed,
Take
I
it
would
easy,
have
yeah.
that.
Epps, I love you, brother.
If I would have cursed, I would have.
Estefan, stay
All right,
loyal.
buddy.
Yeah, that's what's up, Chris.
If I would have cursed, I would have thought Logan would have blocked me with his, his abuse of power.
Man, I get so I shouldn't let. I guess really, to be honest with you, I shouldn't let it. I shouldn't let these individuals get to me like that. But, bro, I'm emotionally invested in this team, dude. I mean, look at the money and the emotional investment I made over the years, bro. I just want better for the team. I just want more.
This is why you feel this way, Ian, bro. The way that you fix this franchise, bro, that domino still has to fall. You upgrade the QB position. It's Deshaun Watson, somebody else. Then you get all the Tua supporters in a bus, and then you have them drive off a fucking cliff, bro. See you later. That's how you fix the franchise, bro.
Estefan, you owe money to the swear jar too.
Dude, what's it
Steven,
matter if you like
in
Tua
all
or
fairness,
if you like
views were
Watson?
up,
Aren't we Dolphins fans? Aren't you supposed to root for the player that's on your team? This is what I don't understand.
He's not. He's not performing, bro. That's the problem.
You know what? Listen.
So, opinion on that. But
for the last
how
time,
many times did you turn on the TV this week on a Sunday, bro, and Tua didn't show up?
Shout out to Christolakis paying $50 towards the swear jar. He says Tua sits when he pees. I gotta.
He flamed out, bro. For the last 5 games, Tua flamed out. How can you sit there and continue to support a guy that flamed out and got your head coach fired, bro? How can you support that?
Flores got himself fired.
Really, bro?
Yes,
Do you know if he would have won?
No.
It was about, the wins and losses aren't contributed to a quarterback, but they are contributed to whether a coach stays with an organization or not, bro.
Did you
That's a
not
fact, bro.
read the news?
There
It
are
said it's not
losses
about
that
his
we took
record
this
of why
year
he got
because
fired.
of this quarterback, bro.
He did not get
There are
fired because of his
games
record.
where this
It said that in the
defense
news.
played good enough and we should have won and we lost because Tua couldn't get his head out of his ass.
For the panel.
Uh,
I have a question for the panel.
the news said that Flo got fired not because of his record. And he also said it wasn't because of Tua.
Logan, you should block all the Watsoneers so you and the 2-ears can just have a party, pop champagne, do whatever you want, bud.
Dude, I like Deshaun Watson. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Just shut up.
I'm talking about
Listen,
you. Know, I'm gonna shut
listen,
up.
Steve.
I don't like
You have
Deshaun
serious
Watson.
issues.
Stephen D.
Look, I
Get a
get
day
one your house
job.
in 5 years, bud.
Yes,
Get a
EM.
day job,
Yes,
bro.
Listen,
yes,
listen,
EM.
listen.
Where'd you go,
I'm not.
Travis?
Listen. I've
I
been.
got a
You know,
call. I got a call.
I had a lot of that saved for Larry on other panels. So I apologize for bringing that energy to your panel, bro. But I just yesterday was very difficult for me listening to these narratives, bro. And it's all driven off their love affair for Tua, not the player, but the person. You know what I mean? And I get it's just ridiculous when they put out this narrative. The man, I heard to listen to him talk about how he purposely sabotaged this kid. They've done nothing but bend over backwards for Tua. Nothing. Did they get the O-line correct? No, they missed. But guess what? Bill Belichick missed on a lot of draft picks, bro. He can't get Bill Belichick cannot draft and develop a wide receiver to save his life. So don't sit here and say that he deliberately sabotaged him just because he did, he doesn't like him. He never wanted him. So what if he didn't want him in the first place? The man was correct. The man was correct. If that report is accurate about him, his evaluation was more favorable with Herbert than Tua. The man was correct. At this point in time, in hindsight, the man was right. He was spot on. So as opposed to just get out of your feelings and opposed to attacking and celebrate this man, he was the most successful coach we had in 20 years? And I'm not saying he's Bill Belichick or Don Shula, but man, Flores he got 2/3 of the team correct. And I'm just saying he based off his record as a coach, he should have got another year. He should have. So I don't know I've heard stories from Reason all season long and others about the disconnect in terms of how he interact with his staff and people within the building. I get that. And if that's accurate, well, Flo made that bed and he's going to have to lie in it. But at the end of the day, y'all need to stop putting this foolishness out in Dawson Universe about him purposely sabotaging him. That's career suicide for a coach, bro. Because if Tua plays well, that reflects favorable on him. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, man.
I don't think you got to backtrack, bro. I think I speak for me and at least Epps when I say thank you, bro, that you called out all these idiots, bro, because I'm tired of hearing that crap that comes out of their mouth, bro.
Hey, let me ask you.
And they're going to continue with the same bull crap, and it's just what it is, bro. Until this player gets removed from this team, bro, that's all we're going to hear. Because I'll tell you what, Tua ain't going to be successful until they start letting chimpanzees into the NFL, bro, because maybe they can catch balls at their feet, bro, because that's what Tua gave you, was throwing balls at people's feet, bro. I don't know how the hell you're going to catch balls that are hitting the damn dirt.
All right. Andrevius, go ahead. And then Vonjo. Andrevius, Vonjo, then Green Rat. Andrevius, Vonjo, then Green Rat.
All right, I'm gonna turn off my 2-and-ear trolling act just to respond. I feel like there's two sides. It's like if you are mad that Flo got fired, it's because you hate Tua and you think Tua is the reason he got fired, and the other side is like happy that Flo got fired. Two things can be true at once. The team could be moving on from Tua, and Flo could have deserved to also be fired. Both of those things can be true. Like, I don't get why it has to be one or the other. Like, I don't get that.
That's true, Andre. That's true, bro. But yesterday, them damn 2-and-ears were celebrating that Flo got fired, and I agree with you. Tua could be right behind him. in March.
That's what made
We
me
could
mad.
be right behind
That's
them.
what made me mad. You're absolutely right on Javis, but that's what made me mad. These 2 years, they even said
That's what makes them idiots,
that
bro.
Flo pushed to his grandma. They made it on
So the
Twitter
Dolphins
that
are
Flo
eyeing the
pushed his
49ers
grandma.
OC.
All right, go ahead, Bonjo. What's up, Bonjo?
No, it just popped up on me that the Dolphins are eyeing the 49ers OC, Mike McDaniels.
That's great.
But I didn't hear that name mentioned by any of us.
I'll be honest with you. I think that you're going to hear a lot of names over the next week. And until something is set in stone, which my hope is Doug Peterson or Jim Caldwell, that's the 2 names I really want to see. There are a few other names that I would be okay with.
Bro, I want Caldwell as the enemy, Steven, because that means that Deshaun is still a possibility, bro. Because Deshaun Watson is going to play in the NFL again, bro. I don't care what nobody says.
So, Steven, just real quick, I put in the comment that this is what happens to a fan base when you have a subpar QB. That's not great. That's not completely trash. That flashes every now and then, but at the same time, he'll give you a bomb every now and then. Right. So this is what happened to the fan base. It got fractured, right? Because, and on the second part, I was sitting here and I sat there and watched the whole entire show. It was the most stressed out show I ever, and I wasn't even part of it. It was the most stressed. I felt the stress in the show.
But it was real quick just to interrupt. So I love Tuesdays because
can you hear me?
Yeah. I love Tuesdays because I get to talk to Daniel. And then I love talking with Cameron all the time. And I was like, you know what? I'll open up the show to the panel today. And then all of a sudden this like came into like, it's not like this all the time. Y'all know that. But I think today, I'll be honest. I think the fan base is just emotionally stressed. And I'm just being honest on what I think the fan base says. And then Joel, I just saw your comment. You paid the super chat. The toxicity of this fan base is insane. You want to elaborate that more, Joel?
Bro, we all like the same team, man. I think
we're pissed right now because they don't even have a plan. We don't know they're playing, but they should have had their plan in place if you're going to get rid of Flo.
Hold on, Estefan. Go ahead, Joel.
I'm saying we all like the same team. So at the end of the day, whoever they decide to hire, whoever's the quarterback, we're still going to root for him on Sundays. Now, I get Tua has not played up to anywhere near what we expected him coming out of Alabama. I agree 100%. My man was on track to win the Heisman before he got hurt. But, I mean, has he really gotten a fair shake? Probably not. But I could also see the Watsoneers, not the Watsoneers side, the guys that are going for Watson to trade for Watson. I understand that aspect as well because he's a generational talent. You know what I mean? But either way, whatever direction we go with quarterback, we need pieces. We need O-line. We need receivers. We need running backs. There's still a lot of holes on offense.
No, I don't disagree. Hey, hold on, Estefan. Green Rat. Go ahead, Green Rat. Take yourself off mute.
How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good, man. Thank you for coming on. Go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
This show is just crazy. I know a few people are in their feelings a little hard today, and I think we should all just relax till first Watson's if he gets indicted or not, and let us find a new coach and stuff, and then start discussing some of this stuff. But guys that don't like to are they're lit up today and stuff. So
I mean, look, I think 100%.
But guys who don't like Watson have been lit up all year, man.
That's nonsense, Green Rat, bro. That's nonsense, bro. We gotta be like this, man. That's the only way to be.
Well,
this is the only
here in
best we have, man.
Everybody has an opinion. Everybody can say what they want. You know, that's your opinion on it. But to say the same opinion 20,000 times on every show about the same guy over and over and over gets old.
But that's what this is, right? Like EM, are you there? I want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here, bro.
Is that not what this is? That not what this is? Is that not what this is? EM, isn't that
What's
what
that?
you like? You have Reason, you have TD, you have Doug, you have Larry, you have me, because there's a million different platforms of a fan base that all feels. I think everybody has different opinions on how they view it, but I think we're all frustrated. I think
I'm okay with everybody's opinion. Don't get me wrong, right?
Yeah.
I think there's truth in what everybody's saying, but it'd be nice to hear some of the other guys' opinion instead of the same guys repeating the same thing, which could
Green
be
Rat,
the truth.
Green Rat, do I not let
over
people
and
come on?
over.
Green Rat, I let everybody come on my channel.
Yeah,
Now there's
absolutely.
And so I can only help if it's full or whoever. And look, here's a reality. EM, Estefan, 1, 2, 3, 4, Epps, Andrevius, Polo. They've been here since day one. And they are consistently in the chat. They are consistently on the panel.
I'm trying to figure out what the point is. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think
the point?
You can't, Green Rat.
EM, you said the same thing 60 times today. I get what you mean, and I understand what you're saying.
Bro.
I don't disagree with some of it. But
do you understand,
just
bro,
keep screaming
that the panels,
bro, listen.
Hey,
First
Steven,
off, you're incorrect, bro. First off, now I did bring some energy up here today. I will admit, right?
You brought some energy.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
You brought some energy, son.
We don't want to hear that, bro. We're up here to argue, get into it, bro. We are people,
The nice guy stuff is done, man.
All right, go ahead, EM. I'm sorry. I gotta have the mute button on standby for Estefan and Epps because they.
I haven't had the floors nowhere near as much as a lot of people up here, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I've listened the last hour, and 90% of it was either trash to. But first of all, I'm not
First
a
off, you're
fan.
lying. Stop! I didn't trash to her. Stop it! You're lying now. You're misinforming the fan base. You're lying because I never sat up here one time and trashed to her. That was not Ian Dalton fan.
What he's saying is a majority of the panel was.
But understand,
No. He said I did. He said I was. He said I was.
Okay.
You gotta understand.
No.
You're
Trashing
wrong,
a few is done by 3 guys.
Bro, listen.
You're wrong. I never trashed to up here, bro. I trashed Larry.
Yesterday,
I trashed Larry.
That is true. You did trash Larry.
I trashed Russell, but I didn't trash to it, bro. So stop with that. Don't come up here misinforming and lying, bro. You telling a bold-faced lie right now.
I disagree.
Look, Green Ray, you don't get it, bro. If you listen to a lot of these platforms yesterday, bro, it was heavy in favor of Tua, and Flores deserved what he got, and Flores. Everybody was throwing Flores under the bus, bro. But nobody's holding Tua accountable
man.
for the things that he did, bro. And the fact that he played like garbage, bro, and everybody's looking past it and wanting to continue, that is a problem, bro. And that's what we're here to address, bro. We're here to get all this.
Name me Green Rat. Name me one thing that I said that you heard me say bash Tua today. The player. I'll wait.
Well, your opinion on how you believe he plays the game. You think that he has these huge shortcomings.
That's facts, bro. That's not trashing. That's what the film says. That's not trashing.
That's a reality.
That is what the film says. That's not trashing him, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
we have no problem with
see,
problem with Tua.
I sit and I watch, Reason Ball Game and those guys too.
We constantly saw Tua,
and they disagree with what you're saying.
No. Hang on. First off, hang on. Hang on. First off, let me. No.
I can't hear what he's saying.
First off, they don't disagree. How many conversations do I have with Reason over the course of a day, bro? I talk to Reason almost every freaking day. Reason has never disagreed with anything that I've said about Tua in terms of my critique about Tua. Not one time, ball game included as well. So no, they don't disagree with what Ian Dolphin fan says. And if they did, I said when I sat on Reason's platform, when I sat on TD's platform, what would I always tell the message I would send to this community? Let's go get the fucking tape and sit down if you got a problem with what EM Dolphins fans saying about Tua Tagovailoa.
Swear jar, EM.
And nobody, and I mean
there it is. You're in
nobody
your
addressed
feelings
that.
again.
No, I'm just animated.
Yeah,
That's
you
just me.
are.
That's just EM. I'm not in my feelings. I'm just animated,
You're
bro.
screaming.
All right, Green Rat. So Green Rat. I'll defend EM on this one. Just this one. EM is very passionate about what he says. Like that's his personality. And some people take some people take that as a form of I'm attacking you. You and EM got into it, I think, in the beginning. You know, one day, a long time ago.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We might have.
You guys have. And Epps had
we've also seen reality. And
hold on, let me finish. EM, that's his personality. Now, I'm not saying I don't like when people cuss on the channel. I try to keep this a morning show. Today got way out of hand. But how often does today happen on my channel? I don't think it happens. It doesn't get this crazy out of hand a lot, in my opinion.
Rarely
I think that we have passionate chats and passionate debates. I don't think it gets out of hand like it did today often. But I also think that there's times that today I'm just like, I need to let people get it out because they just need to get it out. And that's how I feel about it. And I know some people in the chat are like, some people in the chat like, oh man, this show sucks. Oh, this platform is stupid. Everybody, just
I gotta hear this from Green Rat, Steven. Green Rat, bro. Enlighten me, bro. What exactly did Ball Game say that contradicts so much what I'm saying, what EM's saying, what any of us are saying up here? What is it that makes him so much righter than what we're saying? What's so correct about what Ball Game? That's what I want to know, bro. Tell me the tape.
When they're every day you sit here, you trash Tua, you tell him.
No.
This is my opinion on Esta. I hear you time and time again, and I don't get. I'm not an X's and O's guy.
That's obvious.
Don't
That's
down.
obvious.
I know where this is coming from now, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead. At least he realizes that. Because a lot of these fools in this community don't.
I sit down and I watch Steven's show. I watch Reason. I watch some TD till he gets going nuts.
Look, Green Rat, I don't give a damn what you think about me, bro. What the hell did Ball Game say that he's so much righter than everybody up here, bro? That's what I want to know. What did he say, bro?
What the breaking down of the plays and stuff, what Martin has to say, what Reason has to say. I sit back, listen to what all of you have to say, and I sit there and I make my own decision on it.
Like I said,
idiots
don't
know what they're doing.
Like I said,
they don't know what they see.
Hang on. Like I said, I talk to Martin just as much as I do Reason privately. Reason included. Y'all know me and Reason's relationship. Ball Game included. All of us sit down and talk details in breaking down Tua's game. And not one
they
time
talk about that on their show.
And not one time have they said EM. Not one time have they said EM, you're incorrect. Not one time, bro. So stop lying on people, bro. Don't go. Be informed when you come up here. When you because see, Steven is giving you a voice, bro.
They don't have to call you a liar. They can disagree with you, and I can agree with what they're saying versus what you're saying.
Green Rat, I know where you're coming from because you were the one. Bro, Green Rat, you're the one that told TD last week, and I actually laughed at what you said, bro. You said that if you throw enough shit at the wall, something's gonna stick. You told that to TD, bro, but you don't really understand where TD's coming from. Because I'll tell you this, if you actually watch TD's channel, bro, there was a day last week where EM and the Fins tailgate, Chris was there, and he had a few other people on there, bro. If you would have saw the plays that TD went over, bro, there was a multitude of plays that he went over, bro, before he actually got to a play where this offensive line was not holding up, bro. I'm just saying, you can say that I've repeated that take, but unless you're going to actually go back and watch what's going on and why everybody's stating, bro, you're just basically just talking out of your ass right now.
I did watch the take where PD was breaking down the film, and I think it was at UEM that showed up about halfway through the hit the first day of his stuff, and he invited you back for the second day?
I don't recall, bro. I'm a busy man, bro. I got a lot going on. I don't know. I don't remember them on that one.
I'm not going to kill you, Green Rat. I'm not going to kill you, bro. I understand where you're coming from now because you already stated, bro, basically that, you come from a casual standpoint. That's cool, bro. All we've ever attacked Tua on, and we're attacking him, if that's what you feel, is just football, bro. What he brings to the field. That's it. That's it. Tua just didn't get it done, bro. No, there's nothing wrong with
beating
that.
a dead horse.
Listen, Green Rat. Is that your name, Green Rat? Green Rat, can you hear me?
Yep.
You're entitled to your opinion, bro. My only issue with you is when you're up here saying that, okay, number one, you said, Ian, you were trashing Tua, which is wrong, right? And then on top of that, you're going to come up here and say that Reason, Martin, in ball game, they disagree with my, critique of Tua. You're wrong, bro. You're completely wrong. You couldn't even be further from the truth, bro. So stop. At least be informed up here when you come up here and spew. Because Stephen D, he gives us all a voice, bro. You owe it to the platform. Don't try to dumb down and mislead and lie to the fan base, bro. Please don't do that because you're contributing to that right now, and it's ridiculous. Like Esteban just said, you just talking out your ass right now.
You mean like Tua shooting himself in the ass with steroids? I mean, we did hear that comment, which wasn't you. Which was that? I believe that's Stefan.
Oh, that was me, bro. I mean, that was me.
Some of that.
Yeah, maybe if you would have shot it, maybe if he would have shot it, maybe if he would have done that, bro. Yeah, I said it, bro, and I own it. I hold myself accountable. Maybe if he would have done something like that, maybe Flores wouldn't have got fired because he didn't show up on the damn field when we needed him. You can contribute a lot of these losses that we had to Tua, but you know what? You know what the difference is in this fan base and why it's split? There was a lot of people that were blaming this defense, bro. Out of everything that we had going for us, they were blaming the defense, and I don't agree with that at all, bro. Not at all, not one bit, bro. I don't give a damn what nobody says, bro.
Not 100% of it is on the defense or the offense. I mean, come on, we can't stop. We got to stop lying about the other side.
People blame the defense and won't even say Tua out of their mouth. That's ridiculous, bro. That dude needs to be held accountable for some of.
All right, Stefan. All right.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Go ahead. All right.
Tua did not get Flo fired. Flo got Flo fired. Like
exactly.
It was reported.
We can want the other side without lying about the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct, Logan.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Stop lying about the other side.
First of all, nobody's lying.
Hold on,
nobody's lying.
Logan, go. Hold up. Let Logan talk.
If you got 2 more wins in that win column, you know Flo ain't fired, bro. So you stop lying, Crypto.
But no, Flo was responsible for 2 losses on his own. He did that by himself. So you stop, Esteban, with your lie.
If he got 2 more wins, he would still be here, but he didn't get 2 more wins.
But he did get the 2 wins. The Jacksonville Atlanta game.
All right, hold on, Crypto. I just put you on mute for a second. I want to let Logan
Supposedly,
go.
the reason why he got fired is because he had to disconnect with Greer, and they decided to go on Greer's side, not Flo's side. And
but the disconnect started with what was going on the field. That's what y'all don't understand.
He also supposedly disrespected Stephen Ross, and that was the final straw. Now,
exactly
that came out in an article. So if you sit here and yell at your boss,
you're going to get canned.
You're going to get canned. And
exactly.
I know from personal experience because I did this at one of my jobs. And I was fired.
I believe that.
Exactly.
Even though I
nothing more, nothing less.
Logan, nobody's disputing that, bro. Nobody's defending Tua on that. But what I'm saying is, if you got 2 more wins in the win column, bro, that we don't even get there, bro. That argument never happens.
Because the right defense against Atlanta don't give up a last-second field goal. He doesn't
what are you talking about? That defense made enough plays. Tua's the one that was sitting there throwing interceptions, bro. On their side, when we were on the scoring drive,
he had to lead with the ball in his hands. The defense's hands.
Crypto, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Crypto, you there? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, Crypto, you've been privy to backstage conversations with myself, Reason, Ball Game Martin included, right? Especially here recently. Weren't you backstage recently?
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of them having a disagreement with what my critique of Tua, just keep it film based, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is addressed to Green Rat here. Have you ever heard them? Have you ever heard them? At least to my face, have they ever had disagreement with what I've said about Tua? Anything I've said about Tua?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No,
Well,
yours was film based. It was only film based. You're allowed to have a change of heart if you have a good positive critique of somebody pre-draft, and all of a sudden you think they are not living up to your pre-draft expectations. You're allowed to change your mind as far as how you feel about the quarterback. You can't be and permanently attached to a person if they're not living up to your expectations. That's just lunacy. That's crazy to expect that of anybody. That's fascism.
Preach.
You can't just be
bro.
freaking permanently attached to somebody because you drafted them in the first place. You're allowed to change your mind. They did it with Josh Rosen. So we can stop the nonsense of the permanent attachments.
Let me ask you all a question. Is there anybody on this panel that 100% without a doubt thinks this is the biggest mistake in the world?
I think it's going that way right now.
I wouldn't say the biggest. I wouldn't say the biggest.
I think it is a mistake.
I think
right now,
I don't. Sports
that's why I said earlier, bro.
There's been bigger mistakes made, Stevie.
That Florio interview, I'm telling you, bro, if what Florio said is true, if Flores wasn't on board with Watson coming over, I could understand you letting Flores go for that reason. Because I tell you this, man, as much as I believe that Flores needed another season, bro, he needed to get on board with that guy coming to Miami, bro.
You see,
that's number one, bro. So
if
that's why they let him go, bro, and right now they are trying to find Watson, his coach that he wants, I'm on board with that, bro.
Can you confirm that?
I'll tell you what. That's exactly what it is, bro.
Andreas,
you guys
go
don't
to
know
the
that,
Rich.
that's not.
Go to the Rich Eisen interview from yesterday, bro. He interviewed Florio, and Florio said that in the interview, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. If you listen, there are nuggets in that interview, bro.
Estefan, you've said that 3 or 4 times now. All right.
Can I go real quick?
I asked that time, Steven. That's why he said it. I asked about it.
Look, it's clear now because we got a lot of information based on everything that's going on. And I wanted to bring up the Omar Kelly's question that he asked Ross in his interview. But before I get there, I wanted to say what Estefan was talking about. Look, it's clear now that we go back to Coach Flores' interview when he wanted high character guys, what he meant by that was he's not bringing in Deshaun Watson. A lot of that talk was going on around the community when he said that. And a lot of us guys didn't want to really believe it or buy into it, or we do what we do on the internet. We try to go around and beat the bush, but Flores isn't that type of guy. He's a clear-minded. He speaks from what it is, and at the end of the day, Flores was not going to get Watson. The problems here between Flores and Greer was communication and collaborative, agreeing on players. And it's clear that they weren't agreeing because not even Greer was going to these meetings where Watson, it had to be the owner. So for the owner to come out during season and have a meeting with a player to talk trades before a deadline, and your coach coming out saying we only want high character guys, tells me Flores is not bought into the Watson trade at all. He wants to continue whatever route he wants to continue, get as many players as he can and build the roster with the players he builds. That's what his plan was. They're going against what they told Flores in the beginning. The ones that flipped were Greer and Ross. These are the two guys that switched, and Flores stayed true. The reason why I'm hurt, Steven, by this is because Flores is a good coach. He is building something good here. I believe when Omar Kelly asked Stephen Ross, what do you feel that Greer, what did he did to survive this? Like, what did he did? Basically, you guys know what he asked him, and Ross did give us a great answer, and which is true. At the end of the day, what Greer did was put us in position to have the most salary cap, to have a lot of draft capital, and also a nice, young, talented roster to build upon. We have a good, decent roster. They're young, and we're looking into the future. But Flores was thinking about continuing this, and they're gonna switch when they trade everything, and it's gonna be confirmed. And the biggest issue here I have with the guys that are hating on Flores and blaming everything and all of this crap. The end of the day, this is the biggest denominator that you got to key on. I know for a fact Watson is going to be our quarterback just by what Ross's statement was. And it's clear. He turns around and he says he's going to let the next coach decide who the quarterback is going to be.
Yeah,
He did not sit here and say, we have Tua as our quarterback. No matter what, this guy is good enough that any coach comes here, it has to be Tua. That right there is a clear indicator to me that they're in hot water. Number one, with Tua. Number two, they're going to use the next coach as a scapegoat to get Tua shipped out of here. And when we pull the move, it's going to be clear that Flores was not wanting Watson. He actually didn't mind Tua staying here. But at the end of the day, you guys want to flip it to be the other way. Again, that's just my opinion on everything I assess from my team. Like I said, I'm a fan just like everybody else. And that's exactly how I feel. And you guys can go ahead and give me your opinion. But at the end of the day,
Pete, bro,
I like how we're doing.
I gotta say, no. That's not what's wrong with that, Crypto. Hold on, bro. Look, listen. Nobody's talking about what Pete just said and what I've been mentioning. I'm telling y'all because we're on to something and we're telling y'all, but y'all don't have to listen. If y'all don't want to, y'all can go ahead and be misled, bro. But what he's saying is true. Listen, because Ross straight up told you in the interview that there was something that these guys weren't agreeing on. And I'm telling you, bro, it was, if you listen to the interview with Florio, bro, it was Watson, bro. I got to commend Pete, bro, because I'm telling y'all think Pete's crazy and he don't make sense. He just straight up told y'all everything. And I agree 100% with what he's saying, bro.
But yeah, it could be true. The slight problem with that is, my bad, Em. The slight problem with that is that could be a smoke screen about the high character guys because they constantly bringing in people with little or questionable character. They just recently brought somebody who was brandishing guns on Instagram. They brought somebody in over the summertime that was a problem child. So no, this nonsense about high character guys.
Crypto, hear me out.
Between the lines, bro, they're not gonna.
That's a smoke screen.
Of course, they're speaking well of Tua now, bro. You still got to trade him, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Saying that could be true too, but this whole notion that he wants high character guy is malarkey because they always bringing in guys with questionable characters, including the owner himself. Freaking donated to the campaign of Donald Trump, who was a questionable character in and of himself. So this nonsense about they want high character guys is lunacy.
Did you just say malarkey?
No, you're saying they Crypto, and what you're not understanding is it's Flores that said that. He wanted high character guys. The biggest thing to this whole thing is Greer and Flores were having communication issues. That guy Arnett that you're speaking about, bro, that was an in-season move. That's a all-the-way Greer move. Flores is way too busy game planning for the next game week coming up ahead. You think he's out there telling Greer, hey, I need this guy on the roster right now? No. Greer's the one looking and scouting and doing all that work.
All I'm saying is this franchise don't give a damn about morals or high character or high standards.
And remember this, Crypto. Take this food for thought, bro. What Pete just said. Do you remember the timeline of when Ross Whitten talked to Watson? That interview that Flo gave about high character guys was that like a few days later, bro. It was literally like a few days later.
That's nonsense.
A few days before.
Was it before?
Yeah, it was before. It was before the deadline deal. But the main thing I take here about that is, right, when it comes to this little Ross Omar Kelly question is, Ross confirmed it already. He put all the blame. He said, Greer has put us in the same. Greer has put us in a position with a young, talented roster. He said, Greer has put us in a position with a young, talented roster, and he built us a right thing. The only thing, they didn't fall off because of nothing but communication. That's what it was. They just didn't agree on certain where they were heading. And to me, it's the quarterback position. Flo wanted to stay with the process and keep all the picks, and Greer and Ross are about to switch. Those are the guys the two guys need to be hating. But you guys aren't awake yet. You guys will realize soon.
No, you guys are not focusing on when he said he answered the question whether or not they were
I'm right
still
there with you, bro.
pursuing Watson, which means they were pursuing him
exactly
before,
where I'm at,
and it's up
Pete.
to the coach.
Hey Pete, let me ask you a question, and this is for the whole panel actually. Ross did say that it's up to the next head coach for the QB situation, right? What do you think the consensus is for Tua? Like, what do you think the whole head coach?
The consensus for him is
like, do you think like if you're like, imagine you're the interviewee for the next position, right?
Yes.
And Tua is your quarterback. Yep. And you go in. What do you think? Do you think, hey, I could win with Tua, even though
I'll say this. Let me answer that for a second. I truly think that whoever is who's a realistic candidate has to have realistic expectations that Tua is going to be your quarterback next year, most likely. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying most likely it's going to be the case, right? So
what do you mean realistic, Steven?
Because I feel as though if you're going to take this job, you have to have it saying, can I be successful with Tua as my quarterback, and do I want this job with that in mind?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I think
then that's just a political stunt to get the job. That's nonsense.
I think.
Do you really think somebody's going to take this job if they don't want Tua?
I mean, the owner has
they will. They'll say we got a better option at quarterback. All they have to do is say we think we could do better. That doesn't prevent them from getting the job.
Steven, hold on, Steven. Let me tell you something.
Pete, give me 1 second. Let me say this. What are the odds that somebody walks into the office and says, look, I really want this job. This is what I want. This is who I want it with, but I don't want it with Tua. Now, the next question.
That's just them being honest.
No, that's fine. The next question is, okay, who do you want above Tua? And what is the likelihood that you can get that person in here? Because if the answer is Kenny Pickett, or if the answer is, some sort of person that's not named Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, or Deshaun Watson, I'm
really sorry, Steven. At the end, no, look, this is the problem. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear Tua. I don't want to hear a limited weak arm quarterback. That's the truth. I don't care about any quarterback quarterbacking our team. Just don't limit my receivers. Don't limit my players, bro. We got deep weapons on this team. We need to be seeing deep passes go downfield, and it's very limited by our quarterback. And I don't want to hear any of that. That's it. I'm the one that don't want.
They're not going to prevent the guy from getting the job because they don't want.
Don't be surprised if they try to move up and get Pickett, though, bro.
Steven, can I address Polo's comment though about the consensus? I'm assuming you mean around the NFL, right?
Yeah, and let me hold on. Let me just say this, Ian, before you go.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that's what needs to happen. I am saying that it's likely that a coach is not even going to care about interviewing here if they don't want to see Tua as their quarterback. I'm just saying that. That's what I think. I think
if they think he's the better, if they don't think he's the better option, why would they do that?
I think Ross made it clear that it doesn't matter whatever the coach comes in, he's going to have a decision.
Honestly, even if I didn't look, Steven, this is what I'll do. Let's say they're trying to offer me the job and they're forcing Tua on me. I'll still take the job. The Dolphins are in a beautiful situation with salary cap and everything. And you know what I'll do? I'll even prove it to him. I said, you guys are going to force Tua on me, and I know I pretty much can't win with this guy. Guess what? I'm going to line you up in shotgun. I'm going to spread it out. We're going to call post, deep plays, and we're not going to have no checkdowns on that offense. You're going to get crushed out of here. And they're going to see what the true Tua is. And the moment they don't like you no more, then they're going to be screaming for my job. But then I'm going to put another quarterback in, and that guy's going to win because he's not limited, and then I'm going to be loved. That's what's going to happen. Tua is that trash. Listen to what I'm telling you.
In an offense like that, anybody would get crushed in an offense like that.
Pete, man, I
don't think
Tom Brady doesn't throw it deep every play. Neither.
All you need is the 22nd ranked offensive line. You can get somewhere because the Bengals.
I think this is my personal opinion about Tua, and I've had this conversation with Reason recently, and he's relayed some information to me as well. But I just don't think, in terms of Tua's evaluation around NFL circles, he said the consensus, I don't think it's a very favorable one. I think I've talked to Reason. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't, put the homie on blast like that, but it's just not a favorable evaluation with Tua around NFL circles. I'll just leave it at that. So
so we're looking at a third round pick. Ian, we're looking at a third round pick now.
Are you saying that the Dolphins' job is not looked at favorable?
No, Tua
No.
specifically. Tua specifically.
Is not looked at favorable.
As far as
Yeah,
his
he's
capital
not.
we can get for him.
In his potential,
We get a fourth, maybe
his
a
season.
fourth if we're lucky.
No, it'll be a third. 1, 2, 3. It'll be a third, a second or third.
Steven, the reason why I asked that question.
Tua is literally the most hated quarterback, bro, in Miami history. I think. Bro.
The reason why
I got, bro, I can,
he's got
walk
some fan
around.
base.
Nobody likes
he's
this
up
guy,
there.
bro.
He's
The fan base they have are wearing Alabama
Pete.
hats.
No,
That guy is probably the most hated quarterback in Miami history, bro. I honestly believe that.
All right, Steven, the reason why I asked
he's
that
the most
question is because I
polarizing
just wanna
quarterback
know
in history.
how
That's a
hot is that
difference.
head coach?
That's a
Dan
difference,
Marino
Pete.
is, man.
He's not the most hated. He's the most polarizing quarterback in NFL
mean
history,
Dan Marino,
in Dolphin
right?
history.
That guy was a wasted draft pick.
No, I wouldn't go that far, Pete.
I can't go there.
You
I
mean
can't go
Dan
there
Marino?
right now. But Tua
No.
has definitely underwhelmed. Tua has been average. If you're being truthful and you're
Tua
taking
is
emotion out of the game,
trash.
he
No,
has
he's
been
the
average.
most polarizing. He's
been
not the
average.
most hated. He's got a fan club now. Don't get me wrong. He still
The
sells jerseys.
president of his fan club's on our panel right now on Dravius. God, act like
Hey,
Dravius
but look,
don't even
but
exist.
check this out, guys, because I was thinking about this situation. I was hoping I wake up and we have Harbaugh as our coach for some reason. I just want it to happen.
That's not
But the
happening.
That's
man,
not
I
happening.
want
See, he's
Harbaugh.
gonna
But look,
slap
this
us
is
in
the
the
thing.
face once
But this
again.
is the thing, fellas. Pete's greedy. I like to be greedy. I don't care. When you're greedy, that means you want more and you want Super Bowls, right? How about if they fire John Harbaugh, bro? The Ravens missed out. They suck. Whatever. They want to rebuild. We could get both of the Harbaughs. One head
That's a
coach,
pipe dream.
one defensive coach.
Hey,
Let's go.
Harbaugh would go to the straight to the top of my list if the Ravens were to fire him.
Bro, we got to get the Harbaugh brothers down here. Both of them.
By the way, it's not going to happen. I'm just saying, if it happened, John Harbaugh would go straight to number one.
No,
yeah, for sure, man.
You know, we get both of the Harbaugh brothers down here.
But right now, as it stands, my 1 and 1A pick, and I don't know who I like beyond the two. I know I like both probably pretty evenly, is Doug Peterson and Jim Caldwell. Those are the two guys I really, really want.
Why Doug
Peterson?
Because Doug Peterson is already has history with the Dolphins organization. Him and Marino are very close, and Marino's a Tua guy, so you know that they've had conversations. And I would have to think that Peterson's been to a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl. There's something to be said of that.
I love Doug Peterson. Matter of fact, if you go back and check the tape, I was calling for him at the beginning of last year because when they selected Tua, the rumors were that they were going to go RPO heavy approach with Tua. When he became the starter, and I thought Doug Peterson would have been excellent as an OC and a quarterbacks coach / mentor to Tua, as well as Jim Caldwell. But I thought Doug Peterson would be excellent. But I didn't think a Super Bowl winning coach would take that role. But I like him. I love his offensive mind. He sat under Andy Reid for and studied under him. And we all know what type of play caller and that Andy Reid is, and he really knows how to build offense. My only concern with Doug Peterson is if you go back to Philly, the way that whole situation ended, and again, I'm not privy to all the information, but it appeared, I could be totally off base by this, but it appeared he was more focused on his offense, and I think he neglected the other 2/3 of the team, special teams as well as defense. And that's my only question. My only concern with him. Is he a well-rounded coach? I don't want them to just bring a coach in and just focus on the offense. No, I want a leader of men. I think Doug Peterson can do that. Right. But I want somebody who oversees the entire team, not just get tunnel vision about one aspect of the team. So I love him as opposed if they stick with Tua as a mentor to Tua. If they go with Watson, I love that even more. We all know that. But that's my biggest concern with him. Is he going to repeat the same mistakes that plagued him in Philly? So and that's the quickest way to get ran out of town, bro. Quickest way.
All right.
So we'll see.
All right, everybody. It's 12:40. It's been over 3 hours today on the stream. I'm exhausted. There are some people in the chat that are on this panel that owe money to the swear jar. Your fees are due by the end of this show today. Okay, we're gonna do final thoughts of the day.
I had a swear-free day.
You did have a swear-free day. Yes,
I
you did,
did too.
Andrevius.
Shake, what's good, homie? I didn't even see. I just saw you down there. What's
Shake,
good,
I
bro?
can barely
You
hear you.
can't
Pick
close
up
the
the
show,
phone,
man.
Shake.
You gotta have Shake talk for like 20 minutes.
Shake.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Yeah,
What's
I
up,
can hear
Shake?
you.
I just got to address two people on the panel, Pete
Go
and
ahead, Shake.
EM Dolphin fan. All right, Pete. You know, me and you argued about Chris Greer many times, and I am ready to concede that you are right about him. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And EM Dolphin fan, there's only one pushback that I want to give to you.
Go ahead.
You say that some of these platforms are dumbing down the fan base. Maybe they were just dumb before they started watching. And it has nothing to do with the platform. That's all.
Damn. Yeah.
Dropping knowledge on these boys.
Damn.
Shake.
Yeah, that's a mic dropper right there, baby.
That was
You
powerful,
right.
Shake. That was powerful, and I appreciate those
Damn.
beautiful words. But home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. What channel is that?
Miami Sports Music. No. Oh, that's Reason. Reason, my bad.
No, what?
TD,
Reason? No, you can't do that to TD. Home of the real Miami Dolphin fans
That's
is
TD, bro.
Fans Talk.
TD, hey,
right?
I don't know. I don't
is.
know everybody's slogan. I'm sorry.
But you know, well, if you don't know TDs, you got to get it right. TD is
If
the
you don't
pioneer
know
out here,
TD,
baby. But
better
Miami
recognize.
Sports Music, you rocking it too. We love this show. Okay, Steven?
That's right,
We
Steven.
love it.
Well, I mean, I had a
Don't-
lot of people said that I was allowing ruckus and chaos this morning, and this was a horrible show, and that it sucked. And that
Steven,
You know
everybody-
what?
gotta
You know what?
realize this
You know what,
community's like
Steven?
that,
No,
bro.
hold on.
You
Hold
don't-
on, Steven.
You don't want these
They hurt my feelings
peacemakers
today,
up
man.
here, bro.
No, hold on. You know
You don't
what?
want
I feel bad.
peacemakers.
You know what, Steven? I honestly feel bad. You know why I feel bad now that you said that? Because that made you feel bad. Tell me that didn't make you feel bad.
I was like, I'm just letting people get stuff off their chest. Look.
Okay, but look, let me tell you something, Steven. I don't want that to ever make you feel bad. And I just told you, I feel bad that made you feel bad. But don't you ever let anybody in the panel make you feel bad again because they don't like what they're hearing. Because at the end of the day, they can easily come up here and give us something else to hear. Okay? That's what they can do. So
Calvin
don't
said
feel
best show
bad.
of the year
Tell
so
them that.
far. Cody said
They can
best
come up
in
here
show.
and bring their narrative and fill up the panel, and it could be 22 guys that could fill up the panel before the two haters come up.
That, yo.
I got to say something real quick, Steven, because I remember when you first started, bro. I remember I reached out to EM, Insanity, and bro, you finally had that first where you were welcomed into the community, bro, where people were getting at each other, bro. But I just got to say, these peacemakers, bro, they don't know this community, bro. When you have people arguing, getting after it, bro, I'm sorry, bro, but that's what this community is about. Debating, arguing, bro, that's just what it is. That's what it's always been, man. You know what I mean? That's welcoming to the community. So I'm sorry, bro, but I don't agree. I don't agree with peacemakers, bro. I mean, I get it, bro. You know, they got, they're soft and all that, but bro, man, it's always been like that. You know what I mean? I remember, bro, when TD started his show, bro, or his panels, dude, when EM and them would get in it, bro, after him ball game, bro, you couldn't even hear. Bro, they was all going at it, bro. But you know what? I wouldn't go back and change that, bro, because that's what made this community, bro. And so now you're welcomed into the community, bro. We crested you, bro.
Just a little.
That's my final take, bro. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, but EM, hold on. Hey, EM, you once told me, EM, this is me on a panel. You once told me I needed to go on a specific channel to learn football because what I said that day, bro, was horrible. I don't remember, but all I'm saying is,
what did you say?
No, I don't. I'm gonna just say this. Maybe I don't remember really what I said, right? But let's just say I said Josh Rosen was the best quarterback for the Dolphins, right? Let's just say that the stupidest craziest thing. It doesn't matter what I said, right? But you told me I needed to go to a specific channel to learn football. You just said that channel isn't teaching good football.
What channel was that?
We're being spewed and lied to. Finside the NFL. Reason, please
I never said. Hey, I never said no. First off, Pete, stop, bro. I will. First off, me and Reason specific. I'm not talking about Reason. I'm talking about the people that frequent. A lot of people that frequent that platform, and as well as on panel and in the chats. You will never hear me. Listen, me and Reason have disagreements. We don't. On the contrary, what a lot of people believe. Me and Reason don't agree on everything. But one thing I will not say about Reason is that he's misinforming. Again, I might disagree with his takes, he might disagree with mine, but as far as football knowledge, you'll never hear me say Reason is an idiot when it comes to the game of football. You'll never hear me mumble those words, bro. So stop. Don't even start.
No, I'm not gonna go that deep. I'm not gonna go that deep.
Don't.
But,
I thought you were trying to. I'm not. It appeared that you were trying to go there.
Well, going towards there with the Tua, he was the best quarterback. That's where I wanted to end it off with. But I'm not gonna Reason knows his stuff.
Well,
yeah, you can't disregard that guy.
He could be as far as his evaluation on Tua, or mine.
You know what I'm saying?
You can be wrong on an evaluation, bro. Everybody's not gonna hit every single time, bro. I know the example. Now, again, I'm not sticking much. Listen, I'm not speaking for him, or I'm not sticking my chest out, but I know the example that we set early on. And I'm just calling. In fact, I'm calling a spade a spade. I'm just keeping it 1,000. The accuracy that in terms of players and everything else, in terms of the projection of this team that we established from day one. I know the expectation is for us to hit on every single thing about this team, but that's just not possible, bro. So no, he can be wrong. I can be wrong. You can be wrong. You were wrong on Rosen, right?
Not really. If we look back today, the pocket passer, the pocket passer,
Pete, really?
Who's better? Who would have been better in the pocket?
He's not even in the league, bro. He's not even in the league, Pete. Come on,
he's a backup. He's a backup.
So at the end of the day, anybody can be wrong, bro. If I'm wrong about something, if I'm wrong about something, I'll be the first to say, bro, I wished on that. I was wrong on that. So listen, everybody's not perfect, bro.
I know, bro. We love you, Ian. It was just making a joke.
One thing I could say about
EM, stop it. Don't back down, EM. You're perfect, EM. Stop it. You're on real estate.
Oh, man, whatever, bro. I hear you, crypto.
EM Dolphin.
Yeah. What's up, bro?
One thing I could say about Reason is when he makes a projection, he always leaves open the. He never makes anything definitive, especially with Tua. He believes in Tua, but he's never made the declaration that he was the franchise quarterback. He just said he was a possibility that he was. He never said that he was 100%. He never backs himself into a corner and says that this is the absolute until he has proof and reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, bro. That's what all the evaluation is to justify their draft status. That's all. Once they are drafted, okay, well, that evaluation that you had pre-draft goes out the window because this is a new league, right? These are new coaches. These are new schemes. That player has to be rebuilt according to whatever respective coach selected him. So the evaluation is going to change at some point. Look at the pre-draft evaluations on J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt, nobody envisioned J.J. Watt to be as dominant a player as he was. He in a lot of circles, they were even criticized for taking him at 12 overall, I think, or 11 or 12 overall, that high, because some evaluators just had him.
Well,
they
he is
didn't see
injury
him.
prone, EM.
Well, yeah, but some people didn't even have it in the first round, bro.
No, I agree.
So to think that everybody, bro, you look at people that get paid, on an NFL level to evaluate and to make projections about their respective teams. Bro, they whiff all the time.
You're gonna whiff more than you hit.
Exactly. If an NFL GM gets his 35% to 40% of his draft picks and his evaluations correct, he's considered a freaking genius, bro.
Yeah, but
Literally.
EM, you know this, bro. If those GMs were to listen to us casual fans, we'll hit it more than them.
Well, we're not casual fans.
We're smarter. All of us on this panel are smarter than the Dolphins,
Pete,
bro.
We're not casual fans, though.
No, we're all casuals. What do you mean?
We're hardcore. You listen to this show today?
Yeah, you're right. I always said that. If you come to YouTube to listen to Dolphin news, you are the biggest Dolphin fan ever.
That's what I'm
There's
telling you.
nobody bigger fans than us. It doesn't matter. It doesn't listen to what I'm telling you. We are the biggest Dolphin fans. We come here to get the Dolphins news. And not only once a week or nothing crazy. A lot of us are here almost every day. We
Yeah,
don't get paid for this. So you gotta love it. I love it. I appreciate you. I love all of you guys, by the
Who
way.
is here every day?
My old lady think I got a sickness because I watch Dolphins videos all day.
I
I'm
do have
listening
I
all
have a
day.
That's where y'all were supposed to say, Steven, you've been here every day.
Steven's here every day except for when he hits the snooze button.
Well, hey, look, I'm still not 100%.
I knew you were gonna sleep in because I saw you tweet last night 5 hours prior to when I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I knew you were gonna sleep in.
I didn't say I slept in. All right, final thoughts of the day. Let's go.
I'll get him out real quick for you.
Go ahead,
Because it's late, man. Listen, man. I'm emotional about this whole situation, yes. And you know what? I might have attacked a lot of people today, but I'm not sorry for it because I'm especially not sorry for Larry because Larry says one thing and does another, and he attacked me personally, and then he attacked Ian personally, and I don't like Larry, and that's as simple as that. Logan, maybe I don't know you, but that day with John Crystal, I don't believe in blocking somebody for their opinion. That's something I don't like. That's unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Anyway, but
the line of the day is definitely unacceptable.
That has to do with Steven. Steven, he controls the moderators. They all do a great job. Steven, I want to just let you know that yesterday I was so fired up about everything I saw about Flores and Tua and all this stuff. I barely couldn't eat. I was sick to my stomach, and we needed this today. This doesn't happen every day. We needed this, man. We needed to get it out, man. And now everybody's on the table. Let's see what happens. Let's go forward. Hopefully things go in the right direction. And this fan base, I don't know if it's ever going to be on the same page, but at least some of us will be, and we can just move forward. That's all. I mean, that's it. Pete, love you. EM, everybody, Polo, Crypto, Logan, like I said, I mean, I don't know if I love you, but whatever. Andrevius, I definitely love you. And Steven, I always love you, bud.
Hey, man. I love you too. You owe to the swear jar today.
I'll pay you tomorrow.
And
1, 2, 3. Don't burn your Tua jersey. 1, 2, 3. Don't burn it yet.
I don't have a Tua jersey. I'll never buy a Tua jersey.
For the record,
Logan, I'm going to let you go. Go ahead, Logan.
For the record, you can only block him for 5 minutes, so
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Just chill out, dude. Second, thanks for having me up here. Thanks for letting me talk to Larry finally, because that.
Hey man, look, I tell people all the time. I'm like, look, I think everybody.
Don't worry.
I think
Don't worry, Logan.
Deserves a chance.
Don't worry, Logan. I'm gonna handle that for you, bro. I got something for you.
Where's that blood money at, Logan? Where's that blood money?
I'm gonna handle that for you, bro. Don't worry, Logan. Don't worry. I got him.
As far okay, so I know there's so many. Everybody here knows that I'm on Reason's channel a lot, and the reason why I am is because I made friends with them. Like I'm accepted there now. That doesn't make me a Tua-neer because I associate with a panel where a lot of people like Tua. I've always been. I'm actually pretty quiet on that show. I kind of let everybody fight, and then I'll just ask a question. I'm up there to learn about the Miami Dolphins because I love the Miami Dolphins. I'm up there to try to get an objective opinion, and I think Reason does that very, very well. So that's why I like his show. Now, it has nothing to do with me being in love with Tua. Now, do I like Tua? Yes, I do, because he is a Dolphin player. So I love Tua. And it sucks that he did not play up to standard, and he didn't. We saw him flow a lot of balls over the middle. We saw him go on the run and just throw it at someone's feet because his arm died on him. We saw him try to get a free play, and he can't launch it down the field for whatever reason. I don't know what that reason is. He obviously has a lot to work on. I as a Dolphins fan can see that. And I'm not a big
hey, Logan, I got to interrupt real quick because something just happened on Twitter.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, but this is 3 minutes ago. And
Damn.
This is Xavier Howard's Twitter 3 minutes ago.
What does that mean?
No, what he's saying
I'm
is
reading into it.
He's saying buy Flores. Bye,
He's either saying
Flores.
bye Flores.
Oh, you think that's what he's saying?
Is he
Okay.
saying bye to the Miami Dolphins?
See, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, it says Hard Rock in the background. He's got his hand up.
No, what you mean? This is the face of the
said,
franchise, Steven.
no,
He's
he
pointing
said
at
no. He
Flores.
said no. No, he's saying bye to the franchise, bro.
That's what it looks
That's
like.
what I.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's like, I'm out. Peace.
Hey,
We can't lose Xavier, bro.
No,
We can't think
we
that and
got
bring that into
Noah. Pete,
existence.
stop it. We
But
got
that is
Noah.
the.
Stop it.
But
Oh,
but
Steven,
that was my
Steven, I had a
first.
question. I forgot. Steven, I had a question, bro.
Yeah.
For you as well as the panel. Can you hear me, Steven? Steve.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. How would y'all feel about if we bring in an offensive minded coach? Probably, I'm sure that's who they will wind up, bringing in an offensive minded individual. What if you think if they brought in Doug Peterson, would y'all be cool with them leaving the defense intact, the coaches and secondary coach as well? Would y'all be comfortable with that?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about this last
Thought
night.
about that too.
I've been thinking long and hard about this. If you don't bring in, let's say, a veteran head coach, and you bring in an offensive coordinator guru, right? Like a Brian Dable or who else am I thinking of here? Like, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. I know there's a couple of other ones though. Then yes, I would be okay with that, depending if they brought that person in as head coach. But if you bring in a veteran head coach, you need to scrap all the coaches and just get a new coaching staff in. But I would like to think that whatever that coaching staff is in is going to use the foundation of the players and the playbook of what we already have to move forward. That's what I think.
Because see, I'm more. My only thing is that's why I'm concerned. Like if you bring in an established coach, generally they like to scrap the whole playbooks of the previous coach and they like to bring in their own people. I'm more concerned about the defense because that's the strength of the team. If you bring in a coach that philosophically, his approach might not be aligned with Brian Flores. Well, obviously, there's going to be a ton of turnover, scheme wise as well as personnel, because you're going to bring it you have to bring in the players that fit your system. So if they do that, man, that's going to be. And then you're talking about early on, that's going to be a learning curve for the defense to get up to speed, and then who knows what the offense is going to look like. So I want a guy, again, like I said earlier, I want a guy that oversees the entire team and that, they evaluate the entire team and they're focused on the entire team, not just one aspect of it. But I'm comfortable with what I've seen from Josh Boyer from a schematic standpoint, his personnel deployment. I'm comfortable with him, bro. I like Josh Boyer a lot. So, but that, I would be comfortable either way, but I just thought, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, man, if you bring in a coach, established guy, they're going to scrap everything. And then you bring in their own guys, and it's going to be a ton of turnover, bro. And that could delay and stunt, our, us, that could cause us to start slow again next year.
I agree.
So
I agree.
that's what I'm at.
All right. Hey guys, I really want to wrap this up. So Logan, were you finished, bro? I didn't mean to interrupt your final thoughts. I'm sorry, dude.
No, I was just saying, it was like I do like Tua because he's a Dolphin, and unfortunately, we have this bad situation with the coach, but at the end of the day, like I said earlier, he did it to himself. So, it is what it is. I don't know what, I'm not in the organization. None of y'all are, but all we hear is what we hear. And apparently he disrespected the owner. He didn't see eye to eye with the GM, and the owner took the side. And he took Chris Greer's side for whatever reason. No one knows, but
I agree.
Hopefully the Dolphins get it right this time. Again, we're in the same mess, so it sucks. And that's why we're all frustrated because, why can't we just hit on the picks, hit on the coaching staff, and hopefully that time comes sooner rather than later because we've all been waiting for a very long time. So fins up, guys.
Fins up, baby. Appreciate you coming on, Logan. Thank you, buddy.
Good, Logan.
All right, let's go to Shake Money.
Shake.
The Chicago Bears just offered an interview for Brian Flores at the head coaching job. But I just want to say, yesterday I was real upset about the firing, but I built a bridge and I got over it. One thing about I could agree with Andrevius is that at the end of the day, we're still Dolphin fans, and it's another beautiful day in Zamunda. There's too much good stuff going on to be upset about one thing that's happening with something I can't control. At the end of the day, man, I hope that I love this channel and that you give everybody a voice and fins up, and that's all I gotta say.
Shake Money, thank you, brother. I really
Salute,
appreciate you
Shake.
saying
Salute,
that. Your
bro.
words mean a
Drive
lot. Thanks,
safe,
man.
Shake.
All right, let's go to Polo.
Thanks for the time here. Really, I don't know what to say. I just keep whenever it's final thoughts, I don't know what to say. Well, I guess thanks for the morning show.
Thank you, Polo. I appreciate it, man. I love having you on, man. You're the man, brother.
Yeah, you're the best too, man.
Thanks, man.
Polo, what head coach you looking forward to?
Doug Peterson is on top of my list, and then if we want a more offensive perspective, then Brian Dable, because he works with Tua. I think Tua's staying, so I think.
Me too. I think Tua is staying too. I agree.
But I don't want him to stay though. I just think he's staying.
Yeah, I mean, I have. It depends on who they bring in if I'll be happy if he stays or not. But I do think he's staying. All right, Polo. Let me let you get out of here. I do want to remind everybody too. Tomorrow I'm gonna have Alex Dunno from 9:30 to 10:30. That entire hour, it'll be me and Alex Dunno. So if you want to talk or ask questions or let me know, because me and Alex are going to go into a lot of detail about a lot of what we talked about over the last couple of days, and it'll be pretty big. So I'm excited. Alex Dunno from 5 Reasons Sports and WQAM, he's going to co-host with me for an hour tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that show. It's going to be a great show with him. All right, let me bring on Crypto. Crypto, final thoughts of the day.
Good show, Steven. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, bro.
I think this is what the Dolphins fan base is going to end up getting. They're going to get a chance to see the best of both worlds, because I think they're still going to go after Watson and get him. But at the same time, they're going to probably hire a subpar coach to piss us off even more. And then the other side, I guess the Tua Knights are going to say, well, let's see what Deshaun Watson can do with all these weapons and basically the same team Tua has. So they're going to get a chance to prove their side. And the Watson side is going to get a chance to prove whether or not he can upgrade the position with the exact same team and coaching like staff that he had with Tua. I think both sides are going to get a chance to see this year what it was like to have Watson with the exact same blueprint that Tua had. I just think it's that, because remember, Stephen Ross said it's up to the coach. Doesn't mean it's still up to the table.
Kurta, you love this drama, and I know it.
And also, remember the question
He's
was
smiling.
Remember the question was to Ross, are you still pursuing Watson? He said no, which means he answered yes to the other question, whether or not he was pursuing him in the first place. So he was basically saying, yes, I was pursuing him, but I'm still not pursuing him. That's the key. That's the key. He's not pursuing him at this moment, but it's up to the coach. Doesn't mean he wasn't pursuing him before, because the question was he still pursuing? If he wasn't pursuing him in the first place, he'd have said, I wasn't pursuing him to begin with, and we're going to stick with Tua.
Very good point. Very good point, Crypto. Very good point.
Yep.
Crypto, man, I love having you on, man. Thank you.
Salute, Crypto.
All right, EM, no problem.
We'll chop it up soon, bro.
Yep.
Easy, Crypto.
All right.
All right. And then there were 4. I'm going to go with Pete.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you always for having me up and letting everybody up, honestly, and letting people give their opinions. And I just want to give a big shout out to Larry. Larry, honestly, I was laughing at the situation. I want to let you know it was only funny because you didn't have the power of the mute button. But I respect Larry and I love it, because I know if Larry was on his show, he would have been smashing it and kicking people out. So it kind of felt good that he didn't have it, honestly. Larry always come, bring that heat.
Pete, that's why I had to get him. That's why I had to get him.
It felt so good that you got him, because he doesn't let me get him, bro.
What's funny, I was hitting mute to people, and that like EM, I literally hit the mute button on EM 100 times today.
Damn. Why you doing me like that, bro?
Bro.
Why you doing me like that, man?
You were going crazy today. You were going crazy today, EM.
Man.
And just so, by the way, Pete and EM, you both owe money to the swear jar today. Big time.
I got you, man.
And so you say that You say that, EM. You say that. I've yet to see a dime for the swear jar. I've yet to see a dime for the swear jar.
Tell him, Ian. Tell him, Steven.
Oh
You write it down in
man.
tally marks.
Yo,
You know.
you owe to the swear jar, my boy. And not only that, Epps does too, and Epps knows he's on that list too. But yeah, y'all definitely, because y'all were just cussing up a storm today. I'm like, I try to let kids. Just so y'all know, hour 3 of this show, the last 2 hours of this show, no kids should be within a close proximity of the last 2 hours of this show today, because it got out of hand today. It got crazy.
Did it really? I thought it was beauty. I thought it was a thing of beauty, bro. To be honest with you, it was a thing of beauty. It was beautiful.
Hold on. What
it was beautiful, EM. We needed
Ep
to
say?
hear it like
what did
that.
Ep say today? What is Ep's word? It's unacceptable. This is just unacceptable.
Hey, shout out to Epps. Shout out to Epps.
Yeah.
Epps, you gotta love Larry. You guys gotta figure it out. Some of you guys arguing and taking it too personal. Let me tell you guys, please stop it. Don't take it that personal. And shout out to Logan too. I like that. You know, at the end of the day, when you cut us, we're all gonna bleed orange. That's one thing you guys got to remember. I like the arguments. Listen to what I'm telling you. I love the arguments and I love the fighting and I love all of that. But that personal stuff, just, you know, we're all family. Now, I don't care if there's a master at work. Where you at, master at work? Show up. You see? Show up, master at work, because that's the guy I'll love to scream at and do all of that. Those are the types we you know, but at the end of the day, when it comes to Dolphins opinions, it's okay that us as all of the same team that we go at each other. I just want to let the community know that it's okay if, you know, me and EM agree today and tomorrow me and EM might not agree and we might argue and fight the same way it happened today. But at the end of the day, it's always love. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm basically trying to say.
I can't wait. I can't wait till we meet up, Pete. I got nothing but love for you, bro. We gonna drink something.
Hey, I got a question.
I'm gonna make sure you get drunk.
The Dolphins play here in Baltimore. Can I get you all to come out to Baltimore for the game?
Next year I should have everything, you know, squared out and staffed out. So I should have
more
free
come on,
time,
bro.
Steven, and I'll go to even away games. I'll go to away games.
I get you. I live up here in Baltimore, so I'm throwing a huge tailgate and everything up here.
Oh,
well, this upcoming season, I know I'm projected to have.
But you know, I'll be in Miami for like 5 or 6 games, so I'll be.
I don't know, Stephen D. I'm from Texas, bro. I don't like the cold, bro. I can't deal with cold weather too much.
All right, well then, meet me in Miami.
I got you.
Son.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I was praying that we would play the Cowboys this year in Texas. I was like, bro, I've already started coordinating for when, because we're gonna play them eventually, and like me and people that live in Texas, bro, we'll be like the connect. We'll kind of navigate and you know, coordinate everything Dolphin related for when that does happen. So I've already started, you know, put money aside and all that. So when we do play, I want to do something like extremely huge for the Dolphin fans in Dallas, Fort Worth, really all over Texas, period. So I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But
all right,
yeah.
Pete, are you good, man? Is that your final thoughts of the day, brother?
My final thoughts is I just wanted to answer EM's thing about the coach search. Truthfully, about Doug Peterson, I wouldn't really like him. I think they mismanaged the quarterback situation over there horribly. Carson Wentz, Nick Foles, and I believe Jordan Howard came out and said something about Peterson. I got to look into again. And then Howard ended up being back in Philly, so it wasn't Howard being the problem. I always said I don't think Peterson is a player's coach. He might be a good offensive coach, so I wouldn't mind. Like I just want, as a fan, I want to see touchdowns. Another thing is, as a fan, that the people that always they keep criticizing Flores for not having a staff or offensive anything. At the end of the day, last year with Chan Gailey, he put up the most points as a Dolphin in the last couple seasons or whatever. So people just need to stop forcing that narrative. They're finding anything, but they forget some sort of things and they leave things out. Like we're supposed to forget. You know, Flores did a hell of a job, and people need to stop that. That's all I wanted to say.
Hit me up on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter, DFan for life. Hit me up on Twitter, bro.
All right,
peace out, everybody.
Hey,
have
Pete,
a blessed day.
Pete.
Salute,
swear
Pete.
jar.
Salute.
Swear jar,
Salute,
Pete.
Swear jar. I got the whole gang right now. I got the whole squad.
Oh, okay. All right.
let me go. You can let Andreas close the show down.
I was letting Andreas go last anyway, because
okay, that's what's up. That's what's up.
That's how I felt about it. EM, you out here coming on my show, just cussing everybody out, calling people names, letting people know you stupid, your mama's stupid, your daddy's stupid.
No. I don't go to the mothers, bro. Okay, my mother ain't here, so I don't deal with the mothers.
No mama jokes. No mama jokes.
No, I don't do that. My mama ain't here no more. So, but hey, appreciate you always, Steven.
I love you, man. Just so you
much
know,
love to you, bro. I love you too, bro.
I'll get on you, but you are good, man. I love you, dude.
That's what's up, man. I got number love for you as well. Salute to the panel. Steven, this was an absolutely phenomenal show, bro. I know it got out of hand and got the energy up here with
Pete with the $50 donation. He paid everybody's swear jar. You always getting bailed out, EM. You always getting bailed out, EM.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm shocked as well that, it's a few people in this community actually that they ride for EM Dolphin fan. So I'm surprised as you. I'm surprised just like you, bro. So there's a few people in this community that ride and rock with him. So salute, Pete. Salute. But listen, this was an absolutely phenomenal show, bro. It got a little out of hand, but at the end of the day, man, the Flores situation, it's tough. I didn't think he should have been fired, bro. I thought he earned another year based off last year and this year, but that's fine. But us as Dolphin fans, whether you're on a fence of you're glad Flores is gone as opposed to you're a little sad that Flores is gone, all we can do is just put our trust yet again in this front office and this owner to get the head coach right. I know it's tough, I know it's difficult, but damn, what the hell else are we gonna do? Are we gonna start rooting for a different team? We're not. We love our team.
Never.
We're all invested. We're emotionally, financially invested in the Dolphins. So all we can do is trust that things work out.
I got this tattoo for a reason.
That's what's up.
Come on now.
There's
never going to be another team I'd root for ever.
So let's just trust that they get it right this time. And I know it's going to be difficult. I'm with you, but that's all we can do at this point. So, but anyway, again, Steven, appreciate you. Salute to the panel. Larry, I'm coming, baby. I'm coming, Larry. Larry L, I'm coming. Salute, Steven. Appreciate you, man. Y'all be good, bro.
Love you, Ian. Be good, bro. All right, bro. Be good. All right, before I let my brother from another mother, people are calling you like my number 2 on the channel. Like they're saying, Andreas, you're like the number 2 here, which I'm okay with that.
Am I really?
I guess I didn't know
I'm the
this.
sidekick here.
You're the sidekick on the show. I didn't know.
All right, I'll be right.
Although, hey, bro, I don't like Batman. Superman over Batman all day. Just so people know.
I don't like Batman either. I mean, I feel like the villains are right half the time, but it is what it is.
And as much as I hate to say it, Marvel's so much better than DC, and I hate to say that because
I disagree.
I love Superman.
I disagree. I love Superman. Marvel has better movies.
Marvel does have better movies. DC's got good shows.
DC has amazing animated shows.
No, not even just animated. Like Titans. Titans is crazy good on HBO Max.
Maybe I should
on
watch
HBO Max. Do you have HBO Max?
Yeah, I have HBO Max. Oh, first of all, not to brag, I got Netflix, I got Hulu, I got HBO Max, I got Disney Plus. Y'all ain't gonna come over here and talk to me any kind of way.
Hey, dude. Hey, Titans is the show, my guy. Titans is the show. Go watch Titans.
All right, I'll look into Titans.
And when you're gonna be like, Steven, this is so good, Steven. It's amazing. It's so amazing. All right, so real quick. So we play around a lot, you and I, right? Like we always mess around. We're always like, all the hostility, man, today. All the testosterone. Just
listen. It was a little crazy. I thought it was crazy. I was like, what is going on here? But it was actually a breath of fresh air because all the somberness that's been going on in this community lately, everybody's so sad. Everybody's all miserable. And I'm like, why are y'all so miserable? Like, we're going to get a new coach. And to all the guys who hate Tua and want him out of here so bad, I still think they're going to get Deshaun Watson. So ain't this what y'all want? Ain't this what y'all been praying for? Like, we're good, people. I promise you, we're going to be good. We're going to the playoffs next year. I'm calling it right now. We're going to the playoffs. And I'm a Tua near, and I'm saying we're going to the playoffs. Like I said, I hope we get Eric Bieniemy on. I don't know why y'all want Peterson so bad. Yeah, I want Eric Bieniemy. And then I think he's gonna get Deshaun Watson, and we're gonna ball the fuck out. I guess.
Well, swear jar, sir.
Dang, I almost made it through the whole.
You almost made it through the whole show.
You know, final
Swear
thought.
jar, sir. And
Yeah.
you know what? You got a match Pete's donation too with your swear
Wait, I got a match Pete? Okay.
No, hey, you know what's funny about that? I feel like such a hypocrite because I'm such a big supporter of Eric Bieniemy. I've been saying for like 5 years now, the man should be a head coach. He should be a head coach. He should be a head coach. I'll be honest with you. I do think he should be a head coach. I just don't know if he's the right fit here. If we got him, I wouldn't be mad. But man, I was definitely like, whoa.
In short, I do think that we're actually headed in the right direction, not the wrong direction. And everybody here, if you watch the show, I said I'm not a big fan of Flo, but I think he deserves another year. I said it over and over. I said I think he deserves one more year. But if we sit here at 2-5, get rid of him. I said he got it. He got to prove it next year. I didn't say he had to make the playoffs this year after that one.
Playoffs?
I thought
we're just trying to win a game.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I said playoffs.
Can you still hear me? My mic.
No, I can hear you.
So I never really thought the playoffs was realistic after that 1-7 start. So I don't. But in the same token, why did you go 1-7 to begin with?
Let me ask you a question, Andrevius. Were you sad on Sunday night, like just understanding, like, dang, like we were like Andrevius, I was just messing you. Shout out to Andrevius, man. See, I love you, bro. I love you, man. Make me cry.
You got the number one show. We got to make sure we got to finance the number one show. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all gonna make me cry, man.
What was you about to ask me?
Well, I'm trying to get my tears together so I don't cry. Okay, because y'all real good. Okay. Anyways, what I was saying was, and I've lost my train of thought. Were you sad on Sunday night knowing that we're like five? If you really like dumb it down, we were a few plays away from winning a couple of extra games and being right in the thick of it, right? Being right in the thick of the playoffs. And it because every year I feel like in week 18 or in week 19 this year, it just feels like I'm sick of talking about other teams in the playoffs, man. It sucked. Like, I enjoyed Sunday night's football games so much, but they kept on showing. I'm like, I just want to see the Dolphins in the playoff spot. So were you sad about that?
I mean, yeah, I'm sad to miss the playoffs every year, but after 1-7, I kind of accepted that we weren't making the playoffs. Once they made that run, I'm gonna be honest, I hate that we had the 7-game win streak because it gave us hope that we should have never had to begin with. You should never hope for your team to go to playoffs after 1-7. So I feel like it's just evil what they did to us. And like I said, 1-7 start, that's when it was like, maybe we should fire Brian Flores. But then we win 7 straight. He's not that bad. And it's just like,
not that bad.
I don't want to have to flip-flop on my coach. That's why I'm not mad that he's gone. I don't want to have to flip-flop on him every season like we've been doing. But, my name here today is It's Not Safe. And it's because, I feel like we think the Flores firing has everything to do with Tua, and we're about to stick with Tua and build around Tua. I think the relationship is fractured beyond repair. And I think we think that Flo's gone and now it's all about Tua. Tua's not safe either, guys. I'm telling you this. I love Tua, but he's not safe.
I'll be real. I don't know if anyone's safe. Like, I mean, like looking at that photo of Xavier Howard just now on Twitter scares the hell out of me.
Very cryptic.
It scares me because he doesn't do Twitter like that. Number one, and it just, I'm telling you, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to think that this team. Yeah, if Xavier Howard's gone, I'd be very interested to know what the deal. I mean, it's so. I just want to hear. I'm sick of, like, tell me why. Like, was it? Did you like Flores and wanted him to stay? It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, Listen, we're about to have the wildest offseason probably in our lives. It's going to be a crazy offseason. Or it might be a nothing offseason, and we'd be like, what? We built up all this anticipation for that? That would be very Dolphins to do, to like do nothing in the offseason.
We got $72 million, $74 million, excuse me. So they got to do something. It's not like we're not going to not be quiet.
I mean, we got to spend the money, but what are they going to spend the money on? Are they going to make some big
offensive line?
splashes?
O-line better be the big thing there, in my opinion. So this is what I want to see. I want to see us go out and get a like in a dream world scenario. Doug Peterson or Jim Caldwell become the next head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Then we go into the Senior Bowl with a crazy coaching staff that they bring in, right? And we got all these guys, and then we evaluate for the draft. Or excuse me, would it be free agency or the draft? It'd be free agency first, right? So free agency, and we go out and get 2 or 3 big-time O-line. Yes, I said 2 or 3 big-name O-linemen.
I don't disagree.
Yep. Go out and get a big-time number 2 or number 3 wide receiver that's on the market. Maybe a running back, although I wouldn't be mad at drafting a running back, okay? And then I'll be honest with you, we're probably going to have a 20 to 25th or 26th pick. I wouldn't even mind maybe even trading out of the first round to try to get an extra first round maybe next year or whatever. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I feel like at 19 or 20, you can get a team that wants to get up and willing to overspend and maybe give you an extra first round draft pick next year or something. So look, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
I feel like in the words of Estefan and TD, we're not going to have our pick. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want to pick in the first round. We're not going to have the pick. They're going to use it for Deshaun Watson. I don't think the Deshaun Watson thing.
Do you really think Deshaun's going to? I don't think Deshaun's going to happen, bro. Pete says with the $10 donation says nobody has mentioned moving someone from the staff right up like a Studsville or someone else that is out of the question right now. If they does happen, how do y'all feel? I don't think there's anybody on the staff at all in any way, shape, or form that would get promoted to head coach. None.
What's today's date? Today is January 11th.
Correct.
By mid-February, Deshaun Watson talks will start back up, and we'll be talking about it all over again. And they'll probably have a deal in place before March 16th when the free agency opens. As long as the legal stuff clears, of course.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like, but we're not going to know that till after the Super Bowl, I think.
The only concern I have is with why am I forgetting the name of the owner? Stephen Ross. With Stephen Ross, him saying he's not pursuing Deshaun Watson anymore, just outright saying that makes me think maybe he knows something.
Do you think he's putting on a smokescreen?
It could be that, or maybe he knows something about to go negative in this Deshaun Watson case. That's the only two things I could think.
Let me ask you one other question. Do you trust Stephen Ross?
I don't think I have to trust my owner. Why do I have to trust my owner?
See, that's where we
might trust my owner if he's willing to spend money.
Yes, I do.
As long as he's willing to spend money, he's fine with me.
Give me 3. All right. Do you think Jerry Jones is a good owner?
No, but that's because he meddles too much. He won't give up any power.
But then people will say, well, Stephen Ross has been absent for the last 4 or 5 years. They won't say that maybe this last year, but they said he's been absent.
I think I'd prefer.
So where is that fine line? Where is that fine line? Because I'll tell you a really good owner, Steve Bisciotti, is a really good owner here in Baltimore. Another good owner, the Pittsburgh Steelers owner, right? They've had 4 head coaches in 60 years.
Well, the
70
Pittsburgh
years.
Steelers have owned that team forever, so the owners at this point probably know football.
I mean, I get that, but I don't know. DDG says, how can you trust an owner who's trying to sell the team? He's not. He's 81 years old, and he has a succession plan. He doesn't want the ownership to fall in the wrong hands. So I don't that shouldn't even be a thing, DDG. What he's saying is he wants to win. I'll give him that much. He wants to win.
I think I would rather my owner not be involved than be too involved. That's all I'm gonna say. If they just be like, hey, I'm hiring y'all handle this, here goes some money. I'd rather that than Jerry Jones.
I look, I don't like Jerry Jones. Like watching Hard Knocks last season or this past season. I've said this before on the show. Dak Prescott gets hurt. You see a scene where he cuts right into it. He's sitting at his office that he has at training camp, where he's calling the team doctor saying, "Well, do you think we can have Dak throw a little bit?" After the team doctor was like, "Steve, he cannot throw. He doesn't need to do anything." And they're like, "He can't throw a little bit." Why are you questioning the team doctor? Like, it was the craziest thing to me. And then
that's what I want my owner to.
Warren Sapp said one time when he was out and about before he got cancel culture well, I think he raped. I don't know what the deal was. It was a sexual assault or something for him, but neither here or there. Not to get into that conversation. What I was saying is he said Al Davis used to call from the owner's box down to the field to change the play. I don't want that either. That's crazy too.
Yeah, I want my boring owner that doesn't bother people. Except for apparently on this Deshaun Watson thing. That's why I just feel like it's gonna happen. If the quiet owner who doesn't do anything gets involved, that means he's going to make it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I get you. I understand. Here's what I'll say. I think Stephen Ross means well. I think he means well. I think and that I just don't know. Again, I said this at the beginning of the show, I'll say it again. The team has done nothing to show me to have faith in them to make the right decision yet, because they haven't made the right decision. So until I start seeing multiple playoff, appearances, a playoff win, consistent play on the offense and defensive side of the ball for a whole season, then come talk to me and do it for 2 or 3 years straight.
This is when we're going to know. When we find out who we're hiring as the head coach, if it's a name that makes us say, wow, we know, okay, we're headed in the right direction this time. If we hire somebody and we be like, what the hell is this? Who is this guy? Then we're going to have to come on here and be depressed again. Like, never mind. It's not going anywhere.
Willie Redmond said, just because your franchise is winning, that just because your franchise is winning, that don't mean you have a good owner. What makes Steve Bisciotti a good owner? What makes Steve Bisciotti a good owner? Well, number one, he's had Ozzie Newsome up until 3 years ago when I can't think of the other guy's name who took over after Ozzie, but he allowed Ozzie free reign to be able to control that franchise and do what needs to be done. And the moment Ozzie needed anything, Steve Bisciotti was always there to help out. And not only that, he didn't fraternize as per se with the players, but you always saw Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Bart Scott, anybody in that Ravens organization could always go to Steve Bisciotti with anything. And it never was, hey, I'm going around Harbaugh or I'm going around Ozzie sort of thing. There was just, they all worked well together. They worked well in unison together. I've never once seen that. Like, God forbid, like, I remember the whole thing with Jason Taylor and Nick Saban. They couldn't get along for nothing. They couldn't stand each other. Or was it him and Parcells that couldn't stand each other? It might have been both. I don't know. But it was that's kind of the route that I'm saying. Like, the owner, the GM, and the coach have to understand we're a family, we're a team. We all kind of work in unison together. Owner, let us do our thing. GM, for the most part, makes the final decisions on that. Willie Redmond says Stephen Ross does that. He hires people and lets them work. But the people he's choosing are not the right people. They have not yielded a playoff appearance or a playoff win. And so, that is and I know I've heard Rex Ryan's name come up and Marvin Lewis. Marvin I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to. At least I want to think about Marvin a little bit more. But I would never want Rex Ryan, ever. I don't want Rex Ryan with a 10-foot pole. No, sir. Nothing about Rex Ryan makes me want him as a head coach of this team at all.
Well, I'm personally rooting that we get Eric Bieniemy. I'm throwing my hat in the table for Eric Bieniemy. Because I just like I said, I just feel like the Deshaun Watson thing is real. It's gonna happen unless he gets in trouble for real. And listen, you see what he's doing. Him and Andy Reid are doing with Patrick Mahomes. Deshaun Watson has similar talent, so I feel like he could make it work with Deshaun. As much as I want Tua to stay, I had to face reality.
Bro, I had fun hanging out with you today. I'm exhausted. We did over
Me
4
too.
hours of the show today.
I had a
4
long night
hours.
with that national championship.
4 hours of the show. Shout out to Hilberto, member of DWA for life for 4 months now. Shout out to Hilberto. He said, for Ross and Greer, for not making the same mistake they made with Gase by keeping him 1 year, Flo couldn't put together a staff. Hey, I agree. I agree.
Also, all the Tua haters and Watson lovers, y'all ain't tell me y'all feel bad for me today. Alabama lost. My team lost. Nobody's
Dude,
gonna
I didn't watch the game because I didn't want to watch. There was nothing attractive about Georgia and Alabama. Like I just had no desire to watch that game last night.
It was a good game.
I'm so sick of Georgia and Alabama.
Only way we can get rid of them is if somebody else does something about it. So
You're
whatever.
right. You are 100% correct. You're not wrong. I didn't want to watch it. I watched Law and Order. I was catching up on Law and Order.
Listen, my heart was broken last night because my team lost. You know what I'm saying? Alabama fan for life. Roll Tide. Souvenirs only.
Roll Tide, not in this house. The U, baby. All day, the U. The U. With their soldier. Okay. I love you, man. Be good. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Love you.
All right, y'all. This has been the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network's #1 morning show. Clock Blockers. I've been your host, Stephen D. All morning, hanging out with you over 4 hours. Over 4 hours I've been on today. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Donate to the channel. Look, if you haven't donated, I don't normally say this, but you know what? Donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. Let's go. If you haven't donated. For the people that have, like seriously, Andrevius, Pete, Christolakis, everybody who donated today, but you guys all donated like $50 today. I'm telling you, it means so much to me when you guys do that. It lets me know that I'm doing something right and that, y'all you guys work hard for your money. I mean, I don't care if you make $1 or $1 million or if you donate to the channel, even if it's $1 or $40, or it means a lot that you care enough about me and the program and the morning show and the brand itself to want to help it to see it grow. It means a lot. So thank you so much. I appreciate to everybody who donated. And I appreciate everybody on the panel today. It was a crazy show. I normally don't like those. Well, it's not that I just don't care too much for the arguing and stuff like that, but I just let it happen today, man. And I think it worked out well. I think we all got a lot of stuff off our chest today, but it's going to be unacceptable. As 1, 2, 3, 4, unacceptable. Okay. Darth Logan, you gave me $5. Dude, I don't care if you give me $5, 5 cents, $1. It doesn't matter. Y'all are the best. Is this show still live? LMAFO, Larry sounded like a demon. I rewinded, fellas. Need to catch up. Yeah, man. Long show. Yugs, go back, rewatch the show today. Share it with people. Let's get those views up. That's the other thing. I can't grow without more views. So I need more people to know about this show. Trucker Sean 99 said, I did $1.99. Look, everybody's like, I did $1. I did 99 cents. I did $4.99. I did $8. I appreciate it. If you donated, I appreciate it. Trucker Sean, you're the man, bro. I'm just giving you. Chef Shu says, great show. Shout out to Chef Shu, the OG, triple OG. I actually have like 2 things. I still got to eat and do y'all. My wife's probably not happy that I stayed on until 1:30 this afternoon. I'm just saying. Y'all got me in trouble now. Over 4 hours. And she came in and told me I was being too loud. See, y'all getting me in trouble today. Y'all getting me in trouble. Trouble! It's unacceptable. Just unacceptable. My new favorite saying. This is just unacceptable. All right. I love y'all. Y'all be good. Peace and hair grease. You know what I will do one time for y'all? So, I don't know if y'all like it, but I like it. So I'm going to play the video one more time for y'all again to end the show. Y'all be good. Miami Sports Music. Stephen D. Clack Blackers.
I remember, don't worry. Do you remember? I remember how it all began. How could I ever forget? It's the first time. Do you remember? I can feel it before. I can feel it again. I can feel it coming in the air now. I can feel it in hands. I can feel it in each other. I can feel it. It's coming in the air now. Hold on, we fell in love. You remember time? How could I ever forget? You remember time? Hold on, we fell in love. You remember time? How could I ever forget? Come in the air now. We fell in love. You remember? Come in the air now. The first time we our best time, it turned into nighttime. I'm sitting on a fine line, shining like the sky.